Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per essere qui. Good morning and welcome to Mrs. Solio e Boziani. Boziani. Thank you very much to be here. I speak in Italian for 5 minutes to welcome to everybody, but it's important to speak. Non funziona niente, lo so. 1, 2, 3, niente. Si sente? Niente. Improvvisiamo. Vado, ok, ci siamo. Grazie per essere qui. Io spero che l'occasione di oggi sia quella di condividere degli small project, piccoli progetti, provare a condividere questa esperienza che, come deciso già dall'autorità di gestione, dal segretariato, verrà ripresa, e per me è l'occasione per ringraziare il grande lavoro che fa l'ufficio cooperazione, il Dipartimento della Cooperazione, insieme al segretariato tecnico e a tutto lo staff del Grecia Italia, oltre al lavoro di diciamo, collaborazione che facciamo quotidianamente con l'autorità di gestione. E credo che la dimostrazione del rifinanziamento di questo progetto, di questo programma, e l'allargamento ad altri paesi italiani sia l'occasione per ridiscutere della Magna Grecia. E credo che l'occasione degli small project possa essere non solo una pratica facile anche da rendicontare, no? Che viene apprezzata particolarmente da questo punto di vista, ma che possa essere l'occasione per fare piccole sperimentazioni e riflessioni su tematiche di interesse, e che possono essere di interesse reciproco. Perché dico questo? Perché le sfide dei prossimi anni riguardano la competizione e la collaborazione tra paesi, e riguardano le stesse difficoltà che abbiamo relative all'economia circolare, alla necessità delle competenze, a quella della capitalizzazione di tutti i progetti esistenti e di quelli fatti, provando a costruire nella nuova programmazione anche l'occasione per implementare e dare continuità ad attività svolte. Spero che l'occasione di oggi sia anche un'opportunità per provare a costruire delle pubblicazioni da diffondere sia in digitale che cartaceo, e che ci consente di dar conto dei tanti fondi dati a disposizione dall'Unione Europea e dagli Stati. Siamo alla vigilia del nuovo programma che è stato approvato, quindi complimenti per il lavoro svolto a tutti gli uffici e all'autorità di gestione. Io sono speranzoso che la nuova programmazione ci porti non solo alla voglia di creare una collaborazione con una provincia della Basilicata e con le 3 province della Calabria, quindi a un ragionamento sulla Magna Grecia, ma ci porti a fare in modo che non si generino progetti specchio, ma che si generino progetti complementari. Non mi stancherò di dirlo, perché l'opportunità che ci viene data in mano è quella di creare le condizioni, a differenza dei programmi IPA di preadesione, di provare a costruire insieme delle sinergie, provando a imparare gli uni dagli altri, e spero che l'occasione di oggi sia quella per iniziare a mettere la base del nuovo programma che avvieremo già nel prossimo anno, nei primi mesi del prossimo anno. Quindi buon lavoro. Io purtroppo I'm sorry, but I go away. Good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Delinucci. I would like to invite also Mr. Rubino to come here. And I would like to ask if we have Mrs. Liu online for her brief speech.
Good morning.
Good morning, Maria. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be with you online, but to be quite honest, I would have preferred to be in Bari. I think it's a bit better than Brussels. Now,
Next time.
yeah, I hope so. Capitalization is quite important, and I'm very happy that the JS, Bravo Gianfrago, and VMA have organized this event. After 30 years of intercooperation from our side, from the European Commission, what we see we see the importance of reusing the knowledge, expand the knowledge that it has already built all these years, and also increase awareness of this knowledge. So I'm very happy that this program has organized this event, because the program has financed some very good projects that really are worth to capitalize on them. I don't pretend to be an expert on capitalization, and to be quite honest, I'm here to learn, because we may give the political guidelines, but at the end of the day, those who do the actual work are the people on the ground. So I wish you a very constructive seminar and excellent results. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Really, thank you. Your support is very important for all of us, for all the programs that you are following. Thank you. So now I would like to invite and to give the speech to Mrs. Angeliki Buziani. She's the managing authority of the Greece-Italy program.
It's okay here? Okay. No, there's nothing. Ah, okay.
No, maybe
No.
better. Okay.
No? It's okay? Okay. Good morning, buongiorno, kalimera. I would like to thank you, the JS, for the organization of this event. We are very proud to have a capitalization event on the Greece-Italy program. Already, Maria mentioned the significant, the importance, let's say, of the capitalization. And I think that today is the day that all the beneficiaries will come together and discuss, exchange opinions, and try to do something more for the eligible area of the program. I have prepared a very, very small presentation, because I think the floor is to the beneficiaries and to the experts of the Interact that know more about capitalization than all of us. So I just prepared to say to you that the new program, the Italy-Greece program 2021-2027, has a new eligible area. We have the enlargement of the area. You know that more areas from the Italian side has been included into the eligible area. We are talking about the region of Basilicata and, of course, the region of Calabria. You can see here the new areas that have been added. The budget of the new program is almost 160 million euros, so I think it's enough and we can do a lot of things, even though that we know that the Interreg programs have not significant budgets. We think that it's important that with the good use of this money, we can have very significant results into the area and the habitats of the eligible area. I tried to sum up what are the objectives of capitalizations, even so I say to you that the experts here can say more than me. We know that we are trying to make the knowledge and the results that have been generated by the projects widely accessible. The mean of the capitalization is to increase the impact of projects results by promoting their reuse and transfer. Of course, to enhance the program's impacts and future positioning, and to help build know-how in the eligible area by raising awareness and improving communication of results in specific fields at local, regional, and national level. I tried to find out what was the, let's say, thematic objectives in the period 2014-2020. These are the thematic objectives that the European Commission have been given to us. We choose 8 of them, and for the new programming period, the objectives that have been chosen is I don't know, it's very small, the letters, but you can see that there is an interaction between the thematic objectives between the two periods. For example, the research and innovation and the competitiveness that was chosen into the current period can now be seen into the policy objective about the smarter Europe. The environment, of course, is the greener and low-carbon Europe that the new programming period has been chosen, and of course, the education, the training, and the better public administration can be seen through the ISO 1, which is a better comparison governance. Of course, besides the synergies that built with projects, we have the synergies that built by other programs. You know that we have, except the cross-border programs, we have transnational, interregional, sectoral, and regional programs that implement in the wider eligible area. And the added value of this program is the presence of USER. You know that USER. We think that the macro-regional strategies not only offer networking opportunities, but may increase project results, visibility, and dissemination. I don't want to take any more of your time, because I said to you the time is for the beneficiaries and for the Interact. So thank you again. Thank you for your presence here. And I hope to have a fruitful meeting today. Thank you very much.
Really, thank you, Angeliki. Absolutely, your speech was exactly what we mean, and so in order to give to us basic information about the new programming period. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Viviana Russo. She's a representative of the Italian Cohesion Agency. She's online. Mrs. Russo.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the invitation, and I congratulate you for the organization of this event. What is capitalization, and why it has become a so hot topic, especially within the Interreg world? In the context of EU funds, capitalization means increasing the added value of multiple results obtained from the funded projects, favoring knowledge, dissemination, and reuse. And the objective must be to extend the results of the project to other territories and recipients, or to favor the scaling up of results by raising a pilot case to a more general level, or starting from the results achieved to get further complementary results. But why we're here to talk about capitalization? I think, first of all, because in this moment we are facing the transition phase between two programming periods, and this is the fourth one for the Interreg programs. And it is essential, on one hand, to enhance and promote what has been already achieved, and on the other hand, to facilitate the preparation of new project proposals. A second element is that during the current programming period, the past programming period, we have funded 1,648 projects by Interreg programs involving Italy. And these projects received resources for 2.7 billion euros. It is a huge capital made up of knowledge, tools, services, concrete achievements, which we cannot dissipate. If we look at these figures, we understand how capitalization has become a necessity. We must start from what has been already achieved, avoiding copy-paste projects, and avoiding duplication and overlapping of activities in order to have a more efficient use of financial resources. And finally, territorial cooperation increasingly needs to demonstrate its added value, especially externally. Interreg programs and projects are still considered a topic for a small circle of professionals. And it is instead essential that it expresses its value externally. And to do this as a central national authority that is in charge of the implementation of Interreg programs, the Agency for Territorial Cohesion has approved a national capitalization plan, which aims to have concrete purpose of disseminating results gained by Interreg projects, promoting their reuse to potential national takers. And in fact, the logo of the plan recall the ripple effect that is generated from a little drop into the water, and that expands its effects on the surface. Furthermore, we have created a community of capitalization managers for the exchange of views about the themes linked to capitalization. And finally, last year, we started a recognition of flagship projects, the most significant projects funded by Interreg programs. And we have launched also a communication campaign on the agency profiles, social profiles, in order to promote thematic booklets that collect all specific flagship projects on several thematics. And for the Greece Italy program, we have 3 flagship projects, 2 of which are here today, Mobilab and Igavino, that will be present for the pitching sessions. So I've concluded, and I wish you a good work and a good capitalization day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Russo. As you know, but I told to you several times also, your support is very important for us, for the Greece Italy program. Before to give the speech to Mr. Rubino, as a representative of the Puglia region, I would like to give a welcome to Mr. Maiera as a representative of the Calabria region. So thank you in order to be with us, in order to inform. It's okay, it's a good signal your presence here. So, Mr. Rubino, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. From the administrative point of view of Puglia region, first of all, warmly thanks to our expert from Interact for moving from their far headquarters and join us to help us to make this meeting more interesting and animated. Then I take the chance to give you a message that we deeply feel, because Puglia region has been Italy within the Greece Italy program for more than 20 years. And we always kept a trilateral interaction between the managing authority, the Hellenic regions and authorities from one side, and the department and agency for cohesion policy in Rome from the other side. And it was a tough job, believe me, but a job also enriching and fruitful. And this is our past and our expiring present. Now we are going to face the big challenge of enlarging the eligible territory of the program. And Puglia region aims at a new role in this scenario. Let me say that we would like to become an institutional body of the program, not only of the Italian participation to the program, but also an institutional body of the program. Because I strongly believe that through this, our empowerment, it would be simplified the entrance of our friends from Calabria and Basilicata in the mechanism of the program. And coming to the topics of today, the program will be able to capitalize on our experience, a long experience in promotion, monitoring, and assistance to the partnership, to project and partnership. And if I may, the program will be able to capitalize also on our mastery in technical assistance. So this is just a suggestion to show that also Puglia region can be a source of capitalization. Well, I said that I wouldn't like to steal much time to our speakers, and I remain available for any further contribution from Puglia region. Thank you, and have a nice meeting.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Before to start, finally, to start with our meeting and to give the floor to our expert of Interact, I would like to clarify, in order to be clear with all of us. With this meeting, we would like to keep two goals, in order to be very, very clear. First one, it's not only in order to show our best results and impact in our project, but it's also with an idea for the new programming, with the new programming period. And also, we would like to start with the results of this programming period, 2014-2020, in order to build a strong base for the programming period 2021-2027. This is our first goal, first of all. Second, this is also an opportunity for, not more for all of us, not for the managing authority, but for all of you, in order to start, especially during the breaks and so also during the lunch, in order to start to discuss each other's, in order to start to have a miscellaneous and some ideas also for the next call. As Mr. Delinoci told, but all of us, we know, is the idea coming from the managing authorities in order to launch an ordinary call and within December or January of the next year, at least. So now it's the moment in order to start to share each other, between you, some ideas, also, and start with the base, with our strong results of the during the programming period 2014-2020. So, thank you, and so I would like to give the floor to our expert on the capitalization of Interact, Mr. Ivano Magazzù and Mr. Georg Mercier. Thank you, because you are here. We know, thank you for your time. Thank you because you dedicated also a lot of time to us in order to support the program for the capitalization. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gianfranco. Let me thank first the managing authority in the Puglia region for inviting us today. It's a great pleasure, especially for me personally as a Calabrian living abroad. Now Calabria region is coming to the new programs. It's a new challenge. So personally, also a personal note, very happy to contribute as much as I can with a small piece of knowledge to this new process you're going to start today. In the Interact programs, program for the ones who doesn't know us, we deal with the support to the managing authorities, JSs and authorities in the EU-wide community of Interreg. And what we do is to provide them, you, as well as indirectly you, the beneficiary, with some, let's say, strategic orientation and preparation for the implementation of the programs. I have a presentation so that I won't repeat what the others have said, thanks God. So I can start really on a practical note on what this capitalization will mean for you, especially the beneficiaries. So get ready, because I won't for sure bore you, but I would like you to don't be scared for the future. And let me start first from the fact that the program Greece-Italy, together with others, has been selected to get a specific follow-up and coaching to prepare capitalization. So this to be embedded as a future management practice within the implementation of the program all over the next 7 years to come. So capitalization will not be only on the 19th of October 2022. Today is the starting point of a wide and long path that will help you bring in the legacy of what has been done up to now, especially in the 14-20 program period, and now for the new one, 21-27, and why not even more for the future. So it's a shift of mind, change of mentality. We have started this understanding what this capitalization is, apart from the definition that have been provided up to now by the managing authority or the Agency for Territorial Cohesion. And I don't want to repeat them because I guess they were all clear. Capitalization is about knowledge. So this is the message that you have to bring home today. So you, the project beneficiaries, are the main repository of knowledge for this program. The program won't be nothing without your projects and without your results. So this is something that, as of today, will be, let's say, the leading milestone for this process to start. In Interact, we have supported capitalization processes and approaches since 2016. And we started from the scratch. We had nothing. We didn't know what this capitalization was. I'm a very fan of Marvel, and actually we had several phases like the Marvel movies. So we started with phase one, that was understanding what is going on. We started really understanding what was the interest of programs in doing so, what the first programs, namely the Interreg Met program or other interregional programs like URBAC or, for example, Interreg Europe did at first in this capitalization, and why this would have been applied also at CBC level, at cross-border level, for example. We started with some training, with identification of practices, of approaches, also of successful ways of implementing capitalization. And step by step, together with the programs, we moved, we moved through through 5 phases, here you are, and we managed in the last 2 to get at least some tools already. So the program, what the program Greece Italy will be doing is not only, let's say, their own idea. It's something that in the overall Interreg program, and we are talking about almost 97 programs, this time, this year now, also including the next Interreg Next program, so the former ENI CBC, so the neighborhood instrument programs, will all of them work with the same approach. So having these premises, this will allow several programs to compare themselves, what they are implementing, since also the regulations have evolved and they've created, let's say, a common ground since already 2 programming periods with a common regulation, common provisions, common rules, and now, why not, a common, let's say, booklet, a common repository of results. This, now in this upcoming programming period recently started for the Interreg programs, has also a new mission that will be to be the ambassadors of your results all over the EU policies. So Interact will be actually doing this, taking your results and promoting them outside the Interreg bubble to the European Commission, to the Parliament, to the Council, to whatever we will be asked for from our member states and stakeholders. So to do so, we need you. We need you, the program, and we need you, the projects, to give us, to feed us, and so that we will be able to make campaigns, publications, repository, online tools to promote even more what is done in each and every territory, I would say, all over the Interreg community, so all over the overall EU territory. And now in phase 4 and 5, we managed also to deliver a capitalization management guide that is, let's say, exploring what capitalization is, how it works, what are its phases and processes to do so. If you still don't know what is that, please have a look to it. So the managing authority in the JS will save some time also, and this you can read it. It's a very good reading also to fall asleep if you can manage to do so. And then the second big element we have been able to deliver was a series of tools also for communication. As we say today, we are talking about also about this, and this will be very, very important to all of us to understand how good results could be communicated outside. And just to make you, to put you into the context of what capitalization will be in the future, several programs we have asked last year for a survey to understand what will be the new approaches for capitalization. I have already declared that for the 21-27 programming period, capitalization will be the main core content for communication activities. So this is very much important because, as you know, after the Brexit and a lot of discussions, among the Commission and the Council, Interreg was questioned. We had some reduction of budget. It has been already mentioned. So why not to start from what we have, to have new, better, enforced and empowered projects, to not start from the scratch and to use in a way, let's say, a bit more efficiently the funds, the 106 millions that have been allocated to the program. So in that sense, it's a real occasion to make this budget even more meaningful and valuable for these territories. So communication will be your first scope in general, as well as then having specific capitalization activities. For example, the one that we are dealing today, it's not only communication, it's also understanding where is the knowledge, what are the results, what is the content of what you've been doing all over the past 7 years. So I won't go further into this. Why we are here, why these experts from Interreg are here, George and myself, we are working on a specific service, as I told you before, on the program side. That is the ad hoc tailor support. So programs who actually don't have, let's say, a specified time, officer, or let's say activity for capitalization. We support them in establishing this new approach in the program, and together with our experts, we have a consortium of experts supporting us. We try to diffuse this methodology, this way of working. So the Greece Italy program has been selected among many others who applied for this tailor support early this year. And then we are running a common path of preparation of capitalization. We call it a roadmap. And we have financed 5 programs last year and 7 this year, including the Italian Agency for Territorial Cohesion in English. And that's why also the program will be contributing to the overall strategy at Italian level to promote the flagship projects, to promote very good projects in terms of communication, to be linked to the national policies as well. And to do so, we wanted to help the programs, especially in the definition and drafting of how they will do this capitalization. Also the awareness raising among the committees and as well in this case the beneficiaries, so we are actually in this part, as well as let's say after all doing even more with the relevant, let's say, results and outputs, so identifying the results. This is also the scope of this event today, and as well organize transfer workshops so that you talk to others. So George will go a bit into the details of this methodology later on, and you transfer what you've been doing so that they are aware technically or let's say thematically of what will be relevant for them, for example, policymakers at regional level, what has been done and what could be already used and transferred into regional policies. And of course, last but not least, the moderation and creation of clusters and communities for the benchmarking of these ideas. In 2022, as you can see, we are quite a lot investing money, time and resources in helping this. Last but not least, for you, the projects, very soon you will have also an online course on what is capitalization that will explain you everything in detail. We hope to publish it by the end of November, so it's upcoming. So when you will start, when the JS and the Managing Authority will be letting you know what are the possibilities for capitalization, have a look also to this online course. It could be, I mean, relevant to you. It will save you a lot of time instead of, starting from nothing. And in order to conclude my intervention and open officially the work of this workshop, what I would like to say is that we have seen how this capitalization has evolved all over the last 7 years. We have seen that the first activities were just collecting results, whatever they were, the thematic, no matter which thematic, no matter which approach, and just put them together. But basically constituting a repository without, exploiting this capital, this treasure that you have generated. So that's why we arrived to the advanced capitalization methodology that it's my duty today to present. We have 4, basically, how to select or basically to better classify what you are able to provide outside your program and your project. So the selection of the outputs from you, the givers, so you will be the givers of this knowledge. and identification of who are your interested, let's say, buyers or takers. So George will go a bit more in detail on this. Basically, what will be upcoming for you, sorry for anticipating the managing authority and the JS, we'll have capitalization calls. So this is another way of making these results reused, exchanged and promoted. And as well the thematic clusters and communities implemented through thematic events. We are starting today a very, very first early stage of this type of activity, so please provide whichever feedback, and also I would say enjoy the experience. And last but not least, furthermore, as it has been already mentioned, and for the future, create new synergies between the programs, for sure. Greece Italy is also, let's say, investing in the wider Adriatic area, where there is also the European Union strategy for the Adriatic and Ionian region. So there is a lot of opportunity for you to upscale these results up to the higher level of the strategy. And of course, with national authorities and initiatives. Already as said, also the opportunity to provide the new territories coming to the programs, already existing examples to be already replicated, transferred, improved, and empowered in the new territories to come, so that they will quickly come at the same level, let's say, of cooperation as up to now. So I wish you all the best today. I will be here steering a bit these discussions, and now I leave the floor to Georges that will introduce you a bit more about the contents of why we are here and what we want to reach out of today. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ivano. Buongiorno. I'm very pleased to be with you today for this capitalization workshop together. I will just wait 1 second for the louder. Okay, I will get the microphone closer. I will just wait a few seconds for the PowerPoint, but I will go a bit more into the detail and technical aspect of capitalization, because the presentation shows that we have an overall methodological or theoretical framework, and then it's about very practical activities that can be implemented by the project with the support of the programs. So, no, it's not this one. Yes. Okay, super. So, a few definitions. There are some notions to be aware about when you want to understand a bit what is a capitalization process. And the most important one are the few I want to talk a little bit about now. The givers, as it has been said before, is about the beneficiaries. So the person who was here today that have been involved in project implementation and that produced outputs. Because the core of the capitalization process is all the outputs that has been produced by beneficiaries and that are willing to share, to transfer in order to improve public policies or to give your experience to other institutions in other geographical areas. So you can exchange all this experience between the project beneficiaries, between within a group of actors participating to the project, but the objective is to go a bit further, to go beyond the project partnership and even beyond the program in order to reach other kind of institutions at local, regional, national or even international levels. So the people the institution who can be interested by your activities, your outputs, they are called the takers. So they can be member of the program or the projects or be external partners outside Interreg activities. And then what can be implemented, it's a possibility, what can be implemented by the program is what we call thematic communities. It's a bit what we try to do today by bringing together the project working on similar thematic. With the objective is to help the project in implementing outputs in the same thematic, to exchange between themselves, to understand what they did, where are the most important added value, in order then to select what can be shared with a wider audience. So it's a possibility to implement this kind of thematic communities with the support of the program. So a few words about the giver. So you, the project beneficiaries, as a giver, what can be expected from you in order to better share your outputs and everything you did during your project. What we discovered when we started to work on capitalization is that it's not enough to go to see project beneficiaries and say, oh, you did something very interesting, could you share it? In order to share, you need time, you need budget, you need information and competencies. And so there is a process in order to involve you in a more efficient way in this process. So first, what is very important for the givers, for the project partners, is to be willing to share outputs beyond project partnerships. Because when you have an output, you have your partners, you share the outputs, and sometimes the partners can be a bit reluctant to share it with other actors, because there is it has been done for the purpose of the partnership, and the first thing is to be willing to share what has been produced. Then to be available to exchange with potential takers. As I said, if you are willing to share your outputs, it's important that you have budget and you have time to do it. And it's where the program can help you. It's very important to accept to participate to capitalization workshop and events. It's like today. It's very important that you accept to come, to meet with other partners, with other project beneficiaries. And then to produce deliverables and technical communication document is useful for a transfer and sharing process. As it has been said by Ivano, communication is becoming something more and more important, because when you have very interesting outputs, even they are very interesting, you have to sell and to share these outputs, so to demonstrate that this is what is very important today, this is innovative, this is something new, and this can be interesting for a regional authority or a national authority. So there is a learning process now at project level to know how to communicate about the outputs. So it's a bit about lobbying, advocacy, and using the social network also that is becoming more and more important. Ivano, you want to say something?
If I can add, I would like also to remind that this program started last year, making some capitalization, and actually you won the Interreg Slam last year in Brussels. So you got voted, a lot of votes, from people who didn't know the Greece Italy program, and actually with a specific project, it was presented there in a different way. You won this award, and it was very much also recognized by the European Commission and the other programs who were there. So think also in this logic of doing something outside, let's say, your bubble of this area. So as George was saying, it's important also to advocate, to lobby and promote things outside your area. So this is something that through capitalization you will be able to do.
Thank you, Ivano. Then what kind of outputs for capitalization activities? There is a question we have been working with your program for a few months now is, okay, the project produced a lot of outputs, but what kind of outputs shall we choose in order to implement a capitalization process? Because what we discovered with our first experiences is that programs are financing a lot of projects that are producing hundreds or thousands of outputs. And not all these outputs are relevant for a transfer process, because in order to be relevant, they must correspond to the demand. So they must correspond to what is needed by regional authorities, national authorities. You must be sure that they have not been done before, etc. So a few criteria in order to select when you will work between projects to see, oh, you did this, I did that. On what kind of output shall we focus in order to make a future project? So there are a few criteria. Of course, your output must be coherent with the future program time, the current program priorities for 2021, 2027. So we saw, for example, that in the last programming there have been a lot of projects on transport. It's a bit less priority today. So, but there are new priorities to focus on. Then the priority is the outputs. Is it successful and validated solution? Did it work? What you did? Has it been validated by other actors or not? Has it been innovative? So was it done before, or are you sure that you don't have another project doing the same thing? That's why today it's very important to discuss together to be sure that what will be done in the next period has not been done or will be improved. And something important also is ready to use. When the projects are producing their results, they produce mainly, they are obliged to produce documents, administrative documents, technical documents, financial documents, and it's not enough to communicate about the outputs. So as it has been said before, it's important to produce documents in order to explain why these outputs are very interesting and in order to inform the other partners about what has been done and why. And transferable also, we are in a transnational or cross-border context. Sometimes you have very interesting solutions that have been developed in Greece or in Italy in a specific framework, institutional framework, legal framework, political framework, and you can have a very good solution developed somewhere, and then you have to think, if we want to share it in Greece or in Italy or in other region or in other country, what are the constraints, the legal constraints and the administrative constraints, in order to be sure to make it work in another context. This is something that is very important. And now the EU Commission is pushing a lot to work on the resolution of obstacles, because at cross-border level there are a lot of obstacles, administrative obstacles and legal obstacles. So the program can help to solve this. So then a few words about the takers. The takers are the institutions that can bring and take on board what has been produced by the project.
More and more difficult.
Yes, it's that's why there are a few methodological points to take into account in order to make it a bit easier, because it's difficult. The takers can be other project beneficiaries. So you have your project beneficiaries, and today the project beneficiaries are the givers, and maybe we'll meet someone today, an institution that will be willing also to play the role of a taker, because he will be interested by something that has been done by another project. So it can be members of your own networks, of non-Interreg bodies and institutions. As it has been said also before, there must be the Interreg programs have to support the macro-regional strategy.
Experience, capitalization.
The concert is tomorrow, but
Good, it's working. Yes, it's working. As it has been said today, the program has to support macro-regional strategies, and in these strategies, you have institutions, you have national institutions, international institutions, and it's important to involve them, even if they are not Interreg project participants. Then it's important when you have you discuss with your partners, you say, I produce something very interesting, but what is very important is who will need it, and are you sure that what you have been doing is needed for another actors? So it's the identification of the demand is also important, and it can be done with regular exchanges with the potential taker. So you exchange with your regional authorities, and you be sure to be in line with their own priorities. So what are the priorities of local, regional, and national body? What can be useful for them in order to be sure that what you will propose to them is coherent. Important to use your personal network to identify and mobilize the takers, of course. The institutional and geographical proximity is very important. In order to make capitalization and to share your outputs, it's necessary not to be too ambitious and to be realistic. You say you can, of course, try to influence a national regulation or EU regulation, but it's very ambitious. So it's important to say, who are my partner, who are the member of my network, and where can I use my output in order to improve a policy, a practice, or a governance process. So be realistic and use this institutional and geographical proximity. And then, of course, within the program, you have very important actors that can help you to identify interesting institutions that will, with whom you can discuss about your outputs. It's the monitoring committee members, the national contact point, the antennas, and the branch can help to identify and reach the actors at different institutional levels. So it's very important to be in contact with them in order to have advices. Okay. Speed up?
No.
Okay, I finish. Okay. Last. Purpose and condition for successful thematic communities. Just very rapidly, thematic communities is a possibility for the program to implement and help the project work together in a more efficient way. So to bring thematic stakeholders, public policy, public bodies, researchers, NGOs, etc., and to get closer the givers and the takers, just in case that it would be an opportunity for the program to develop this kind of thematic community. It requires a lot of animation. So it's not only you ask your project to work together, it's not enough. You must give them money, time, methodology, and then help. So the programs have been involved in a very different way to implement this kind of thematic communities. And possibility to develop also formal agreement between the partners in order to be sure that these partners will work together over the program duration, over 1, 2, 3, 4 years, 6 years. It can be also useful to sign agreements between partners, protocol and memorandum of understanding to help them work together in the longer term. Gianfranco, please. Yes, I finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jörg. So, finally, we can start also with the presentation with some project. I'm inviting to be ready in a couple of minutes Mr. Tsoumakas for the project Egovino. Before, because we identify also another project, that is the project YES, Young Entrepreneurs Startup Schools. Unfortunately, the lead beneficiaries is the Polytechnic of Bari. The team manager was the Professor Di Sciascio. As the most part of you know, Professor Di Sciascio, actually he is also the deputy mayor of Bari. So he has several commitments, but he sent to us a very brief introduction of this project in order to identify the results obtained and the activities implemented and what they mean for the capitalization. So the project, what was the activities implemented from them. First of all, the definition of the YES incubator model, natively born as blended, including both in presence and online activities. Number one, YES incubator digital platform. Number two, incubation labs, one in Italy and one in Greece. And they also started with the YES Academy. The YES Academy is like a training, more than 500 hours of incubator for 25 startups. And they realized it. Of course, they launched also a tender in order to identify the startup. They received more than 50 applications, and they selected 25. So also a great impact in our territories for this project. And they also, the startups followed a common training. This is really important because for both, for all the eligible area, a common training and patent series of the one-to-one support service with experts to refine their business ideas and create business contact, adjust business plan. The incubation service were provided by in a hybrid settings, digital through yes platform and psychical. We can't forget also the most part of our projects, especially the ordinary project, was also implemented during the COVID period and during both the two lockdowns period. So wasn't easy for all our beneficiaries, not only for the managing authority or Interact, but also for the beneficiaries, also to keep the goal also of the financial target. Wasn't easy, to be honest. Also they organize two pitches events and also two pitches events in order to find, to give a role to the public and private funds, also in order to try to find also some miscellaneous in order to support in the right way the startups. This is also very, very interesting. And they create, this is a bit funny, but it's real, the Yes Nursery. Yes Nursery is dedicated to the sensibilization of the younger generation, especially for the high school students, in order to give them some information, not only how create startups, but also they realized a cross-border summer school dedicated to the high school students, and they stayed together after the COVID period for 2 weeks in Bari in order to create and to have to exchange some ideas between them. They realized also 2 business game competition, and they involved more than 200 students of both the countries and training the trainers. So 15 local trainers were trained to increase the sustainability and the effectiveness of the sensation activities. This is irrelevant. What Mr. Professor Di Sciascio told to us about lessons learned and capitalization, maybe this is very interesting for us. He told to us, thanks to the YES project, several lessons have been learned, such a technical aspect of incubation process. Different approach needed for the targeted sector, useful functionalities for the incubator platform, and the importance of the role of the public and private investment funds to boost the innovation project within the cross-border area. However, besides such lessons, the most important factor for the success of the initiative consists in the central role of the human capital, especially for the young generation that have a great creativity which needs to be guided and supported to become innovation and entrepreneurially grow. So he underlined that's the real relevance of in order to support the younger people and to start to have a discussion with the high school students. And I strongly believe also this is important, and also we put some specific part in our program in the 2021-2027. So after that, finally, I'm inviting Mr. Zamakas for the project Egovino in order to show us. Thank you, Mr. Zamakas, you coming here from Patra. We have I am personally very, very happy to see you again here.
So good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the invitation, Gianfranco and the staff of JS. Thank you. Yes. Okay. So I'm Christos Tsomakas from the Regional Development Fund of Region Western Greece, and I'm going to talk about the project eGovino. The full title is E-Government Services and Tools for from regional governments and regional bodies to support and coordinate the regional innovation capital. The background of the project was the common belief in both regions that there is a need to support further and enhance the regional SMEs competitiveness. And this had to be done especially through supporting them more effectively and efficiently through e-services and the so-called government to business G2B services. So the project has undergone all the typical process of analysis of the current situation, search for best practices inside and outside Europe in 5 application areas. We did our need analysis report per region and developed some G2B development plans in each region. We cooperated with academia to carry out a cross-border conference on regional entrepreneurship and innovation in order to involve also students and other academics in the process of in thinking of the regional development, and also carried out some workshops and seminars for SMEs. And finally, we came out with the development of 3 pilot projects, which I'm going to describe in brief. Puglia region decided to build up a data warehouse, which is a database that merges data from different sources for G2B applications, and you can see the URLs on the slide. In Western Greece, we developed a portal, a G2B portal, with 2 pilot applications on it, the business toolkit and the network. And the third output was, a tangible output, was a cross-border barometer for entrepreneurship innovation for both regions. The business toolkit is an automated tool for helping a user to build up a business plan and finalize it in a PDF format and print it and take it to a funding body for further funding. And this is accompanied by introductory business courses, a course for beginners. The other tool, the second tool, network, is a smart catalog. This is for the first time done at the regional level, which presents the whole regional innovation ecosystem of Western Greece. And we register in this catalog different type of entities like enterprises, especially startups, investors, hubs, research labs, and experts. And the third tool, the barometer, is also a database which collects automatically or in semi-automatic way data from different sources at national or European level, and provides statistics to the users. There is also a warehouse for regional studies and surveys, and also an online tool, an electronic survey for monitoring the development of entrepreneurship innovation at regional level. So with regards to the capitalization workshop, I think that first of all, both regions have delivered what they have promised. The results that were foreseen in the initial phase are implemented, and you can see that the outputs have already been validated through the capitalization phase during the project. And you can see some figures, statistics of users who were involved, engaged, different stakeholders engaged in the different project activities.
1 minute.
The integration, the added value of it, as we can see it, is the integration of data sources and the introduction of new tools based on good practices, existing practices. We do not want to reinvent the wheel, and also tailored to local needs. This means deliberation with local stakeholders to see what are the real needs at the local level. The ultimate goal is that the platforms can serve as main point of reference for statistics or profiling of entrepreneurship innovation at the regional level, and the continuation of the use of the platforms is evidence of the added value. The platforms are up and running, they are fully documented, they are based on open source technologies, and they're capable of expansion. It is essential to say that after the project end, we had 240 entities registered on the platform, on the network platform, after the project ended. So it's still used. The registration is free for any interested body. Anyone can make use of the services. And also we have currently discussions of the local inventors association for further exploitation of the platform. And the final slide, the potential for transfer. The platform, the business plan builder, is a tool that also free for free use is already been used by Hellenic Open University in an undergraduate level course for students that have to learn what is a business plan, how you build a business plan, and so on. And the whole outputs, all the platforms are a good basis for further sophisticated service using artificial intelligence or other machine learning technologies, and would be glad to cooperate with other stakeholders. Thanks a lot. I hope.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Of course, at the end of this section, we will have also time in order to discuss, also for question and answer. Thank you, Christos. Now I'm giving the floor to Mrs. Lucia Cateriniadou from the project Mobilab. She's online. Lucia, please, may you share also your screen for the presentation? No. And I'm inviting also to be ready Vicky Igumenido for the project Medino. You will be the next. Lucia, good morning.
Okay. Can you see my presentation?
No, your email we can see.
No. You know, I try to make this, but I cannot.
Okay, no problem. Maybe, as you know, this is very informal. The most important thing is your page for one hand, and for the other hand, your feeling about the Mobilab project and the impact of the Mobilab project in the eligible area. Personally, I consider Mobilab real important. Also, we can't forget also the Italian National Authority identify Mobilab as a lighthouse project in the cooperation, in territorial cooperation. So the impact was relevant. So what is your feeling for this project, and what you did for this project?
Yeah, the title of the project is Strengthening Research, Technological Development and Innovation, Enhancing the Competitiveness of Dairy Enterprises in the municipality, the municipality of Bari, and in the region, the area of Bari, as well as in the Ionian Islands. It's a project that resulted from the need to guarantee the conservation and development of sheep and goat sector in both Italy and Greece, to converge the disadvantages areas in areas with comparative advantages, because as for livestock and cheese making, both Puglia and Ionian Islands are not so famous for their cheeses, but also they are serious cheese producers. Establish sustainable and competitive breeding in sheep and goat farming, and enhance the cheeses production and ensure the safety and high quality of them. So we try to develop an integrated network to transfer innovation-driven research and technology to enhance dairy products and dairy production systems to stakeholders. For us, the takers in Mobilab was farmers and producers. As for the farmers, what I have to say is, after 3 years of constant work and discussion and communication, we are now into the procedure to establish the breed unions. In Greece, the breed union of Zakynthos and the breed union of Kefalonia, two sheep breeds, very serious and very important for the livestock. As well as for the producers, we are going into new collaboration, continuing the work, and we are now in the procedure to establish a constant network for the sustainable rural development, and network of open manufacturing farms, cheese factories, wineries, olive mills, and traditional restaurants covered. I mean that we try to connect all this work in the primary sector to the gastronomy, till the gastronomy, from the farm to the fork. But we say from the farm to the fork. As for the results of our work, we produced a project management handbook, very useful for our work. We established 2 mobile laboratories, fully equipped for the microbiological analysis of animals as well as for the microbiological and chemical analysis of milk and cheese in Bari and Ionian Islands, in Kefalonia. As for the publicity, interviews to local channels, newspapers, open events in the municipality of Bari and Ionian Islands, and a movie, as well as an international conference, I think it was a very good and successful effort for the publicity to spread and to disseminate our results. An extended farm screening innovative research was a very useful tool for us to go on all this work I said already. We were focused on technical support to farmers. I think this is a key to establish a constant communication with farmers, and especially the personalized training to a big group of farmers. And from this work, the personalized training, we tried to establish the unions of sheep breeds, working in health management, reproduction management, nutrition, milk quality, and safety. All this full completed. And finally, we complete a roadmap development of regional strategies with a view to competitive entrepreneurship, increasing resource efficiency and innovation, minimizing harmful impacts and maximizing co-benefits of the local bioeconomy and circular economy. For us, it was very interesting and important to work to support the triple helix. That means that we have a close collaboration with the policymakers that are still collaborating with us in our new efforts, in our new projects, in our new initiatives. I'm ready to discuss everything you want about the project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, and thank you because I can understand absolutely online on distance it's a bit difficult to interact in order to have the impact for the observer, for the auditors, but you did. Brava, Lucia. So next one is Mrs. Igumenidou for the project Medino. It's not a casualty because also the project Medino, it's a project where the focus is for the agriculture sector. So, Vicky, are you alive?
Hello.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yes.
Thank
Hello.
you. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, everyone. I wish I were there with you, but unfortunately, due to many work here, as you can understand, it wasn't possible to be there. So, just a moment to, what's this? Just to share my screen. Just a moment. Do you see the presentation? Can
No.
you see the present?
No.
No? Why?
We didn't know the why.
Just a moment to pick the window. Now?
Now it's
Can you
okay.
see?
Now it's okay.
So, what was the idea of the Mentino? Was for Epirus and Apulia region to exchange and transfer knowledge in the farming of ruminant animal and agri-food micro and small enterprises. That was the idea. And also to participate stakeholders as producers, processors, exporters, etc. What we have achieved, it was it was many activities, but it would be more if COVID was in the way. So, first of all, we had the market mapping what we have done is to market mapping to identify consumer profiles in the sector of cheese products and sheep and goat meat products, which are very important to our both regions. We exchange of good practices with Italy, with Puglia region. As you know, you have too many protected geographical indication cheeses. Also, we have development of branding for cheese products, realization of 42 workshops and training seminars in Greece and Italy, despite of the COVID. And we had too many breeders there, 800 professionals, workers, and students that were trained in these workshops. We have organized also thematic events in Ioannina, Metsovo, Preveza, Thessaloniki, Taranto, Bari, and Foggia, which representatives of agencies, agri-food and tourism entrepreneurs, and journalists also tasted the products of Epirus and Apulia through modern culinary approaches. Also, we have created a model of producers market in the region of Epirus. You have been there in the summer, together with a portable creamery for training and demonstration purposes. What is the added value of the project? Is the cooperation of wide range of organizations, different organizations and institutions in the agri-food sector. Also, the active engagement of stakeholders and other interested parties at local and regional level, such as producers, producer groups, processors, etc., that are in the line of agri-food sector. Also, the creation of sustainable and ready-to-use and reusable deliverables, as I also mentioned, the creamery and the market, the local market, the wide promotion of the project through various communication activities, in and beyond the program area. Also, what are the outputs that it's the capitalization of this project? We have so many studies analyzing in depth the current situation and the market needs in the sector, in the agri-food sector. We have also products branding toolkit that everybody is easy to find in our website. We have training programs and material for trainers and trainees in fields relevant to cheese and dairy products production, promotion, and quality control, which are available in 3 languages. Degustation menu and recipes based on local cheeses and meat products with particular focus on ruminant and transhumance farming products in Epirus and Puglia region. Study, analysis, and presentation of the recipe of stracchino di capra in Puglia region, and for a traditional cow cheese made in the mountains of Epirus. Also, we had the models producers market in the region of Epirus, together with a portable creamery for training and demonstration purposes. So it's important for us, this project, to continue, because this food, these products, the goat and sheep milk, and all these products are very important for our region. So we're hoping for the capitalization of this project in the next next program of Interreg Italy, Greece, Italy.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, because you remain exactly in the 4th minute. And also, I would like to underline what is the real interesting thing also in this project. It's not only for the output and the results and the impact, but also it's the involvement in this project of a no-profit organization they had a very great role inside of this project. A no-profit, Greek no-profit organization is an association of the producer in Greece. And this is relevant in my opinion, because can be an example how we can enlarge the numbers of the beneficiaries, the numbers of the partner in our program. So thank you, Vicky. I'm inviting now Mrs. Torres. You are the next, and preparing also Mrs. Imperiale. You will be the next. Mrs. Torres is for the Craft Lab project.
Ciao Gianfranco. Hello everybody. Good morning. I want to say thank you to Gianfranco and Carmela. The Craft Lab project aimed at strengthening cross-border cultural and productive cooperation, stimulating the launch of innovative residents aimed at recovering the old craft procession, such as the processing of ceramic, mosaic, and fabrics, with the aim of rendering design and artistic craftsmanship an asset of development and economic growth of the territories involved. According to the indication suggested for this presentation, among the successful solutions that I think deserves to be shared is the creation of the workshops. Following a selection made on the respective territories through a public tender, in which students and artists between the age of 18 and 35 were involved, we offered the opportunity to 60 young people, 30 from the Greek area and 30 from the Italian area, to combine traditional and innovative skills with entrepreneurial skills, acquiring the tools to improve one professional life and consequently serve as an example of one colleagues. 6 experimental workshops, ateliers, were set up, 3 in Italy and 3 in Greece. The laboratories have been organized in order to have specific materials and equipment available to create and produce design products. The workshops, rigorously followed by specialized tutors and technical operators, were held from 4 weeks over 2 exchange weekends with Greek and Italian colleagues. The steps following the creation phase and the training phase of the 60 artists was following a feasibility study, a marketing plan and a business plan, and through to technical support of sector specialists have initiated young enterprises to develop their business idea of for the creation of small medium enterprises. The result was the birth of 6 new startups, the capitalization of regional policy in the artisanal sector, and to introduction of measures to support the economic and commercial sustainability of this type of products. New artisanal products with a new brand, unitary cross-border to approach new markets, strengthening contacts and cooperation between partners at all levels, stimulating integration between peoples through activities, joint exhibition, and intercultural learning. As I well know, in 2020, the pandemic broke out due to the health emergency. The problems we have to face to carry out the activities were many, such as participation in fairs. This activity, following within those outside the eligible area, was essential to be able to share the products and the model implemented. The various national and international trade fairs in the sector had all been cancelled or postponed to dates to be set out of the temporal context of the project. But we still managed to participate in Fiera del Levante, which was held in Bari, October 2020, with a stand entirely dedicated to the project, with the products made by the 6 laboratories, and to the 24th edition of Artigiano in Fiera, which was held in the same period but online. However, the digital platform of the fair has made it possible to relate equality with the large market polarized around the artigiano in fiera, known every year by millions of people. The main object of Craft Lab was nevertheless achieved by launching innovative workshops aimed at recovering the old craft in the fields of ceramic, mosaic, and fabric processing. After 1,000 difficulties for recent events, postponement, budget change, remodeling, and pandemic included, we had obtained the result of the hard work carried out by launching the following startups. For ceramic, Reon and Cave Studio. For fabrics, the Trip, Tetima, and Le Moire. For mosaic, the Litostroto. If you want more information, you can visit the Interreg craftlab.eu project website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susanna. And also, I would like to underline, maybe she told, but I would like to underline, the startup created by the Craft Lab project won also some awards from the Puglia region, and also they are still working, and this is very, very relevant. Before to give the floor to Mrs. Imperiale for the project traces, I would like to invite Mrs. Gianna Berlingerio. She's the head, the manager of the department of the Economic Development Department of the Puglia region, in order to give to us a brief speech and greetings. Thank you, Gianna.
Thank you, Gianfranco. Thank you very much. And once again, welcome to Puglia. I think that already our GS coordinator, Mr. Gadaleta, who I thank very much for the organization of this meeting, already welcomed you here. And I think that it is an historical moment to meet all together. It's because I was remembering when we first started to discuss about the main subject, the strategic themes that we needed to underline the new programmation period, the 21-27 programmation period. It was a moment so different from the which we are living now. And I think that we were forward-looking, I have to say, because we have in the next programmation, we have a very important attention on green and blue economy, for instance. And we really need to collect all the energies that we can spend throughout our countries to foster innovation, to foster small and medium enterprises, also with new, let's say, new kind of aid schemes, new kind of, let's say, processes. That is why now, and I thank also for being here to the managing authority, Mrs. Buziani, and to the representative of the European Commission, Mrs. Siolu, because it is important to capitalize the knowledge that we gained during last programmation period, all the things we've been working on. And I say Christos, because I was here with another jacket, we say in the last year, working on a project which is Igo Vinno. And I think that all the knowledge that we produce during those projects will be needed in the next months and in next year. Greece and south of Italy in particular are so much similar for both for resources but also for needs. We are so much linked, I have to say, also in managing of our resources like energy, like power. we are now discussing with Terna, which is the public company who manages power distribution in Italy, about the building of the new Greta 2, which is the electric line between Greece and Puglia. There is one already, but we're building the second one. And I think it is a strategic moment to reflect on generation of energy by solar and wind power, but also to exchange energies in a physical way and in a, let's say, theoric way among our countries, between our countries, to face this world crisis, but the crisis of Europe countries among them, about the most important problem that we are facing now. So I think it is very important today to be here all together to reflect on what we already have and what we want to do in the next year. So I wish you a very fruitful day of work, and I hope you will also have the chance to visit Fiera del Levante, because here we want to show the excellencies of our land, both in the, let's say, in design, in artisanal product, and so on, but also in innovation. So be welcome here, and have a good day with us all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianna. What you told to us is very, in my opinion, it's very relevant. It's very, very relevant for two ways. First of all, because you are a witness of the cooperation. You was involved, as you told, in a project in Egovino that Mr. Zumac has given to us a speech, because we identified also as a good practice. And also you are so a witness for the cooperation, how the cooperation can be enthusiastic, and also, but at some time, it's a bit hard. It's not easy in order to keep the goal. This is first of all. The second way, it's very, very relevant. It's what I mean. I mean, the cooperation is the first step in order to know each other. But after that, we should continue in other argument, other economic issues that are, of course, are outside of the cooperation, like the pipeline for the electricity, but is the development of our area. This is our common goal. And so we should start, we started with the territorial cooperation in order to know each other, to know our issues, our territories, in order to arrive for an holistic development for all of us. So for that is very, very relevant for us. Thank you, Gianna, absolutely. So I'm inviting Mrs. Imperiale for the project Traces in order to show.
Lascio il posto.
Grazie.
Okay.
Please prepare all after Mrs. Imperiale, Mr. Petrusella. He is in presence.
Good day, everyone. I'm Francesca Imperiale, the scientific coordinator of the Traces project, a project that has been developed by the Dipartimento Scienze dell'Economia of University of Salento in partnership with the Technopolis in Bari, Distretto Puglia Creativa, the Chamber of Acaia, and the Hellenic Management Association. I think it is important to mention the partners, because the real strength of this project is, I think, it is the strong collaboration we all had. So Traces stands for Transnational Accelerator for a Cultural and Creative Ecosystem. Okay. I'm going to tell you something about the target groups and on what and how we implemented this project in order to contextualize the main results that I am going to share with you, and in order to know what this project can offer in terms of capitalization. First of all, the target groups, we worked on the Apulia region and the Western Greece region, and the end users of this project are culture and creative industries in this area. And the main stakeholders involved regarding, of course, the partnership, but also other incubation service providers in the area. What we did and how we did it. So Traces has been built upon previous evidence gaining from other research projects and funded project, EU-funded project, about the main problems that prevent these micro and small enterprises in this sector to produce positive effects in terms of local development, both at economic and societal level. So about this, upon this evidence, we proposed through the project to develop a smart environment for incubation service delivery, of course, based on participatory, tailor-made, and self-sustaining approach. I think that the approach can be useful for other projects to capitalize. Of course, in this slide you can see the methodological scheme and the main output we produce, but that you can find on the project website. In the achievement area, we show all the, you can download all the deliverable we produced. But I think that for our purpose today, I can tell you some aspects that I think have the merit to be capitalized for the future. First of all, if you need to know how to map cultural and creative enterprises according to a cross-border approach, you can use our deliverable 3.1, the mapping report, as well as if you wish to know what are the main features of these enterprises, what are their needs, real needs to grow, you can use deliverable 3.2 about gap analysis, needs and service for cultural and creative enterprises. A synthesis of these two deliverable and evidence is also has been published recently last year, and you can find the reference. I think that these two reports are the first map we have for both regions regarding enterprises in this sector. Then, if you want to develop a self-sustaining solution for incubation service delivery, our relevant outputs are the deliverable 3.5, 4.2, and 4.5. About local atelier and the organizational setup. So the strength of the project is to reuse competencies on the territory and to build upon the existing skills and competence. So we didn't create nothing new, but the strength of the project was to collect expertise on the territories and to organize this expertise in the delivery of the incubation service. Of course, we developed also two ICT tools for the trade fair, online trade fair for culture and creative enterprises, and ICT solution for service sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Imperiale. And now it's the turn of the project Creative Camps, Mr. Damiano Petruzzella. and get ready for pitching session of the project Ilonet, Mrs. Joanna Giannoku from University of Patras Online. Presentation for the creative camps. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. This is a new. Our idea is a new approach, a new possible economic development for our cooperation area. The idea is very simple. Idea is to work. Until now, I have seen vertical approach for the innovation, for to creation startup, to create innovative enterprise. Our approach is different. I came from agricultural sector because I working in Siam Bari, Mediterranean Economic Institute of Bari. Our idea is to put together, to develop cross-innovation in our area and to create collaboration between two important sectors of our territory in Italy and Greece, creative industry and agri-food. Our idea is, this is our results. We worked on and define the model of cross-innovation hub, but I often these terms is very repetitive in our discussion, but it's a sort of the platform to meet these two sectors. We create or improve two XO incubator to create a physical incubator to match the enterprise of these two sectors, to create the lab match and the open innovation training program. The first output is to put together in the same room many different companies, agri-food and the creative industry, and to create the environment to speak, to match, mainly to develop joint new economic activities. And this is the first output of our activity. The second is to create the platform. I prefer the platform, the hub, the environment in Greece, in Italy, to favor this process, to create the facility, but mainly to create, to train the manager for this two hub, because it's important to create the service, but to create the condition for the sustainability of the hub. And we train this manager, but for me, but no personal, not only for me, but the partners of this project. This is the main activities. We activate this open innovation process for creative industry and for agri-food enterprise. And thanks to this approach, we create new business idea, and mainly to co-development and implement this new economic activities. It means it's not create new startup or new companies, but put inside of the agri-food industry or creative industry, create new economic, the diversified activities of these companies, to improve the income of this industry, because the main the main weak point of these companies in the creative industry and in agriculture is the very micro, small enterprise. It is very difficult. The first point is to increase the income of these companies, and for me this is a possible solution: diversification of the activities and to create matching between these two sectors. Not only in each country, but of course we create a moment, a lab, to create matching between companies from two different countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Damiano. The next one is Mrs. Giannokulu. Is coming from University of Patra for the project Ilonet. She's online. Joanna? Joanna?
You cannot hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning. Let me share my screen. Thank you for the invitation. Unfortunately, due to administrative issues, we cannot be there. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay. So, good morning to everybody. My name is Ioanna Giannoukou, and I am an assistant professor at the University of Patra, the lead beneficiary of Ilonet project. The full title of the project is Fostering Capacities Networking of Industrial Liaison Offices, Exploitation of Research Results and Business Support. Let's start with our beneficiaries. So we have technological transfer offices, the former industrial liaison offices that must support the development and growth of existing enterprises through the reinforcement of skills and the diffusion of innovation culture. And of course, the researchers and enterprises that face new technological, organizational, and commercial challenges. How everything started with the Ilonet project. So, in one hand, we had the TTO offices with the main mission to valorize research results and their impact on the local economy. And on the other hand, we have the economies of Greece and Italy that are characterized by SMEs. Where Southern Europe universities are often lacking their ability to effectively contribute to the competitiveness of the local companies. We focused in this presentation on the three main outputs of the project. The first of all is the creation of the ILON network, the ILONet laboratories, and the Ilonet platform. Concerning the network, it's a cross-border network of all actors of innovation chain. The first members of the network is just the participants of the project, so the project partners. And our focus is to increase the market and societal impact of publicly funded research, to promote and professionalize the knowledge transfer practices, to offer support and facilities to TTOs in order to reduce their workload and timelines, and to promote the culture of innovation and the friendship among the partners involved. The Ilonet laboratory, it's mainly for strengthening the ILO's managers' skills, capacities, and methodologies. We have several laboratories in specific topics, as I mentioned in my presentation, for example, IP protection, open innovation, networking, fundraising, etc. This laboratories is for TTO managers and TTO staff members, along with the participation, of course, of the project partners. And our main output is the Ilonet platform. The Ilonet platform is a platform that links enterprises, research, and development centers in order to promote technology transfer, networking, and support technological and applied research. It's a platform mainly focused for enterprises, which we call us as seekers, researchers, and of course, TTO managers and staff members. All three beneficiaries had to present their profile in the platform, where enterprises as seekers has the matchmaking procedure in order to look for researchers, and researchers the matchmaking procedure to look for enterprises. Also, there was a facility of a pop-up menu with a proposed, let's say, matchmaking of researchers or enterprises that may be of the interest of researchers and the prices accordingly. Also, the platform is a platform offer training material and training programs for the TTO members. This is the platform, it's an overview of the platform. And about the future extension of the ILONET platform, we're thinking of offering new facilities and new functionalities for TTO offices members, mostly, to extend the matchmaking processes in order to have an overview and overvalue for researchers and the prices, and to use blockchain technologies for smart contracts for the creation of smart contracts among ILO members. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. Also, to be honest, I consider ILONET project a good project also because they are trying in order to realize a stable network between the universities and the researcher center in both the countries. And this is, in my opinion, very, very important also for the future and the impact. The next one is another project that I like it very, very much, is Mr. Tsakalidis for the project Icon Women. Antonis,
hello,
are you online?
Franco, yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay,
Antonis.
good morning. Thank you for your invitation. I will share my screen here. Okay, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the Icon Women project. I represent the lead beneficiary, the General Secretary for Demography, Family Policy and Gender Equality. The General Secretary was much interested in this project because one of the main aims of the General Secretary is to promote women entrepreneurship. So we decided to lead that project. So the main goal of the project was to promote business development of these regions, these areas. The regions was Epirus, Ionian Islands, Puglia region, and Western Greece, in order to provide support and develop also the cross-border network as an umbrella network for the regional ones. We addressed both in already existing women entrepreneurs and the potential ones. The partners were the region of Western Greece, Chamber of Corfu, CNA Bari, and the municipality of Malie. With the CNA Bari, they shared Puglia region for the project. So the regional networks and the cross-border network, which was the umbrella network, tried to make the local mapping for women entrepreneurs, which means that they will stay on the problems and find out what are the problems locally and to suggest some solutions, created e-learning platforms. I'm not sure why is it presented like that, my slides, I don't know. And specific needs addressing workshops as well and trainings. So the problems that appear to be present in these regions were the lack of knowledge in the field of technologies and information technology for the women, the lack of business networking. We tried to answer to that problem as a project. The fear of taking risks was important part, the limited market in the regions, the family environment that needed supporting in order women to be free to be an entrepreneur or to try to create their own business. The bureaucracy was common both in Greece and Italy. The lack of experience, legislative obstacles, and of course the funding programs, the lack of information concerning funding programs. We tried to answer through workshops and seminars like teleworking, just to mention that the core implementation phase of our project was at the same time with the quarantines and the curfews and all that stuff, so we had to be very flexible and to rebuild our structure in order to face that problem. So all of them took place electronically, the seminars, the workshops, the meetings with women entrepreneurs or the potential women entrepreneurs. But I think it worked as well. So the thematics were like the ones you see at the slide: the modern systems of organization, cooperation of a woman business, training in informational technology skills, social media, human resources management, etc. The benefits and the results was to empower the women that were addressed to our centers in each region. The networking, which was a need that was obvious during the research. And of course, the research and study of all issues on this business, how to create a business, to finance it, or consulting. Of course, the support and advice to the existing entrepreneurs, the seminars and workshops, and of course, we try to involve in each area all local key organizations for these regions. That means the chambers, NGOs, etc. So the information material, everything is in the site of the project, the internet icon women.eu. There is a database where entrepreneurs can address to find support bodies apart from our centers, something more specialized in something or in another area of the region. Some selected publications are the handbook for supporting women entrepreneurship, the mapping and recording problems, the identification of groups with specific needs in these areas, and a motivating documentary for successful women entrepreneurs in both two areas, in both two countries, Italy and Greece. Selected publications took place at broadcasting for TV and radio spot as well, and of course our posts on the social media. Thank you very much. I hope I am in time.
Perfect in time. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to invite our star again, Mr. Damiano Petruzzella, instead of the lead beneficiary for the project in Cuba. So as always, 4 minutes, no more.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, bravo.
Thanks. Okay, this is another project with the Siambari, but is partner with Arti, but the lead beneficiary is Western Greece, my friend Kostas. Our idea is to really, this is a sort of the capitalization of this project because we have an incubator in Bari, in my campus, and thanks to this project, it was possible to improve our activities, to test new approach, new methods to support young entrepreneurship, to share these methods with a new incubator in Western Greece, and it's very important the analysis that we made on the other best practices at international level to design the model or to improve the model of our incubator. We created this and to improve the organization and to create the sustainability plan of these two incubators, and of course we test the innovative approach, the innovative model to train or to create the startups with 15 startups, and for me this is another important point. Cioè, the strong point for eventually capitalization, we have the model and the tools to support the creation of new startup in our sector, in agriculture sector. That is very difficult because it's necessary important budget, important capital to sustain the creation of this new company. But I think that it's important to share the policy and between Greek, our region, Italian Puglia region, but also other region in Italy and Greek, to sustain this startup after the creation, because it is a big challenge, and this is a big problem. And I think that in the new activity, in the new project, it's important to dedicate this attention to this aspect, but not to invent new or to create a new measure or new action to support the financial and technical support to the startup, but to create system between the existing measure and our job, our initiative, our project. Thanks, Franco.
Thanks, Damiano. Thank you. So, for this section, the last but not the least, to be honest, is the project Inotriton with Atanasia Diamantopoulou. Atanasia, are you online?
Buongiorno, mi sentite?
Eccola.
Mi sentite? Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, ti sentiamo.
Grazie per l'invito.
It's okay, Atanasia. Please, may you have your speech in English, not in Italian, because also there are
yes,
your
yes,
colleagues,
yes,
Greek colleagues. Otherwise, you should speak in Italian and in Greek, in both the language.
No, I will speak in English. You can see my presentation now. Okay, thank you. I'm honored to present the Innovation Project, Innovative Use of Olive, Winery and Cheese Waste Byproducts in Animal Nutrition for the Production of Functional Food from Animals. The partners of the project are the Chamber of Arta, the University of Ioannina with the Department of Agriculture, the University of Bari with the Department of Agricultural and Environmental Science, and the National Research Council of Italy, ISPA. The project faced the common challenge of using agro-industry waste of massively produced products such as olive, winery, and cheese byproducts in both Italy and Greece in animal nutrition for the production of bioactive feed ingredients and functional food for poultry, pig, and ruminant origin in a sustainable and eco-friendly way. The main overall of the project is to produce higher quality products using low-cost ingredients from waste in an innovative way through the application of circular economy methods, thus rendering the local agro-industry more competitive. Purpose of the project is the production of a common Mediterranean project which will help diversify the industries of each participant and strengthen their completeness using byproducts abundantly produced in both regions. The principal expected change is to create minimum production cost, rendering the local agro-industry more competitive, providing added value to local stakeholders, and preserving the environment by reducing agro-industry waste. As part of the project, a cross-border network was developed through an electronic platform that would match the supply of food byproducts and demand for cheap fermentable nutrients used in feed production. The platform represents a cross-border virtual community of Italy and Greece, in which fruit producers can inform feed producers about the availability of food byproducts that can be recycled into feed through simple procedures such as a silent process. Also, we make a business plan. Several training activities, seminars, and workshops was realized both in Greece and Italy, and some research-level publications were also made. The output of the project, a significant increase in the quality of animal products as well as the sustainability of their production system, a support to EU policies on agriculture, nutrition, health, environment, development, and sustainable food security, a strengthening on food industrial cooperation and the EU economy with the specific focus on the SMEs and small-scale food system, an increase in new market opportunities in the short and medium term, as measured in terms of market share, turnover, employment, and intellectual property, and also a clear contribution to social innovation due to fair trade, as well as an increase in social economic and environmental sustainability. Here you can see the link of our project if you want more information. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Athanasia. So, now we are just in the last step for this section. So, George, in order to have, because I can understand, start with some question answer, sometimes with our observer can be a bit difficult. Would you like to have something about this matching? Did you find something of interesting in our presentation of our beneficiaries?
Yes, maybe a few words. What is very interesting is to have so many connection between private and public. Sometimes it can be a difficulty in Interact project to involve the private bodies, and I find the project very innovative, very creative, and with a strong level of involvement or connection between the private and the public, and it's very good. And not all the actors are able to do it, and with the support of the program. Concerning the different dimension of capitalization process we mentioned before, I find that the projects are quite mature in their understanding of this process, because they are often quite innovative. They understand what is a transferability. They identify the target, private, public target, and sometimes there are even connections with the public bodies, with the institutions, and it's very good. And then the challenge is often the durability. We have pilots, we have laboratories, we have training sessions, we have workshops, and then when the project is finished, what else then? And this is a challenge usually that is mentioned by the project, and some are already able to propose some solutions in contact with institutions. So it's very promising, and the key sectors have been mentioned about agriculture, sheep, goats, and so that there are very strong thematic issues that could help to create groups of projects or groups of actors. Yes. So it's quite promising on this topic of innovation.
So maybe we are in the right way.
Yes,
maybe.
yes, I think so.
Okay, so now it's up on you. You are our star. So we can start with the first question. It's not working, maybe. Wait one moment. Can try now?
Hello? Okay.
Perfect.
My name is Nicholas Petropoulos. I'm counting now some 30 years, George. Yes. I remember when you started in Interact, I was thinking all about mainstreaming what we are talking. I was thinking about the economies of scale having been created all these years with all these projects. And I was hoping that at a certain moment, target group the regions and the ones that they have to receive the mainstreaming, because we are fighting out of the projects involving the region, the structures, the ministries, and so on, to create the ground for mainstreaming. But if there is no some kind of central policy, ERDF, in order to have the regions creating the appropriate structures to host the know-how and the economies of knowledge and scale, what we have created in all this territorial collaboration, it's not going to be the benefit for the added value per se.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there is a need of political backup behind the project. Sorry. It's what we mentioned with connection between the offer and the demand. It's very important to have coherence between what the projects are doing and what the program are financing, and what the regional authorities or national authorities have like priorities, in order to be sure that what the project produces can be connected to a national or regional policy. And there is maybe an issue is the connection between, because at the start, mainstreaming process was to use Interreg outputs and to connect them with regional programs. And today it's still an important issue, but the experience shows that it's difficult to make the connection between regional programs that have huge amount of ERDF and that can help to reach another scale when you want to disseminate, and the Interreg projects and programs that have a different approach and culture and which are based on cooperation. But it's one of the big challenges, is the connection between Interreg and regional programs.
Make it a dialogue, but I was thinking just to put it in the air to have it. KPIs per ROP. If we include in the key performance indicator of a ROP the mainstreaming, then you know it's working also on the receiving end. Mm-hmm. It's enough to fight from Valencia and from Bratislava, whatever, and from the JTS. They are doing excellent job here. Mm-hmm. But if the receiving end is not kind of KPI'd,
mm-hmm. Yes. It's a message for EU institutions.
May the EU institutions intervene?
Of course.
Sorry, my camera is a bit relates that were relevant. The mainstream operational programs, they have to include cooperation actions. So from this point of view, we have already, let's say, taken care of the cooperation dimension in mainstream programs. Now, you know the competencies of the EU, and cross-border, it's we don't have the full competency for that. And cooperation cannot be forced, but it can be motivated. That is the main comment from my side. We cannot force the structures, the administration, to adopt solutions. However, we count on the administrations and the local municipalities, the regional administration, the political world, that it really supports Interreg. And from what we've seen so far, Interreg is one of the well-known instruments of EU funding. I mean, compared to the size of Interreg, the notoriety it has, it's quite significant. And what we see as well is that in certain areas of the EU, and I think Italy is also one of those areas, cross-border cooperation really has strong political support. So that's the comment from my side.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Very, you took the point absolutely for that. Thank you, Maria. So, Giuseppe.
Yes, I'm happy to hear from the European Commission that they are thinking about this issue. I don't know if the motivation it will be sufficient instead of something more effective. In any case, coming back to the topics touched by George and Ivano, it seems to me that one of the solutions you propose as to improve, to capitalize our best experience is that of becoming great communicators, good performer in telling the story and the results, the outputs of our projects. Beyond, you said, the partnership of the single project. Is it not simple? I think we have to try, we have to improve, but the communication has a cost, and when the project is ended, who will support this effort, this cost? This is a question.
For the communication, you have the what you can implement at project level. Each project can communicate about its own output, and then some program dedicate or launch specific call for project, and they are kind of umbrella project. So a project that will take care of a group of projects, and this is one of the possible solutions. So you have a project, the umbrella project. His job will be to understand who are the targets, who are the political targets, and how to reach them, how to communicate with them in order to help the standard project to do this kind of communication and reach the right target. Because when you are a normal project, you are very busy with your own task, with implementing your pilots and everything, and communication, it's sometimes above what you are able to do. So one solution can be the program can help, the branch can help to communicate, the antennas, and some dedicated project can also be implemented in order to play this role of in between and helping to identify and to reach. And then it's always the problem when the project is finished. That's why the mainstreaming is we have a project that is not only communicating, but a project that will change a policy, that will change legislation, that will change a process. And when this is done, it's the capitalization is done. You transfer something. You didn't only talk about what you are doing, but you help the receiver change how he's doing, how he's working. And this is the final objective of capitalization and mainstreaming. But it requires time. You need one project, then a second, and maybe a third, in order to do this. And not to be too ambitious, because changing a legislation is possible, but you have political implications and legislative, and so just it's like when you talked a lot about training and competencies. This is very good, because when someone is trained, he is already able to change his way of working. So training and raising competencies is a very good dimension and very strong dimension of capitalization. I don't know if I... Yes, tell me.
Other question? Perfect. We are exactly in time with our delay. So I'm proposing you, in order to have a break, 10 minutes, not more, because we should proceed with the second section, with the environment. Also will be very, very interesting, in my opinion. Thank you. start with our second section about the environment and risk prevention. Before to give the floor to Mr. Aloisio for the CMCC Foundation, lead partner of the project of FIDIA2, let me give also the opportunity in order to present also the results like the first section for the project Rewater. Also, we identified the project Rewater as a good practice. Unfortunately, the lead beneficiaries is Acquedotto Pugliese, due to the fact that today they have also the presentation of their strategic plan for the water, so all of them are involved in this presentation. So let me give also the possibility to read what sent for us Mr. Dell'Anna, is an employee of the Acquedotto. And so, as I told you, Rewater, the Acquedotto Pugliese is the lead beneficiaries, and the project aimed to remove Poland's recalcitrant to the refinement treatment of the vast water treatment plant of Gallipoli. So also the municipality of Gallipoli was partner in this project. The effluent form of the Gallipoli sewage treatment plant complies with the limits set by the current regulation by the recalcitrant organic compounds could change the ecosystem of the marine received body over time. The objective was therefore to remove these recalcitrant organic compounds using an experimental technology consisting of the combined ultraviolet rays and hydrogen peroxide system, encouraging the reuse of the water, leaving the experimental pilot plan with the creation of a tanker loading station for street washing, reduce the eventual use of the potable water. So, as you can imagine, this is also relevant for the next programming period, because also for the reuse of the water, of the protection of the water, the drink water also is very, very important, but not only the drink water, also the water for the agriculture sector, of course. And in order to, let me give the opportunity in order to synthesize something. On an experimental level, the analysis of an average composite sample in 24 hours at the entrance of a purification system was commissioned to a specialized laboratory in Pavia for the detection of the 22 compounds along the families of antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, analgesics, antischemics, anticonvulsants, and beta blockers. The results of the analysis have detected the presence of only some compounds in concentration above the detection threshold the analytical instruments. The results of the analysis then, during the 2-month trial, sustaining the abatement capacity of the detected substance, especially the abatement capacity of the parameter Escherichia coli and BOD to the 0 values, and confirming the effectiveness of the system. Therefore, the installation of the experimental technology can enable compliance with the limit imposed by the European Regulation number 741 of the 25th May 2020 for the Class A refined water quality of the Table 2 Annex 1 that will come into effect from the June 26, 2023. It's clear that the results obtained will have to be confirmed for a longer period of experimentation, following which a scale-up of the pilot plant can be evaluated, as well as the possibility of the replicating of the installation of the innovative technological system in another plant operated by Acquedotto Pugliese. Acquedotto also evaluating the possibility of installing photovoltaic panels on the roof of the plant in order to make the pilot plants energy independent. Of implementing verification of the pilot plant's abatement capacity by filling it with effluent take at the outlet of the treatment plant. Also, I should add also this project was identified from the Territorial Cohesion Agency, the Italian Territorial Cohesion Agency, as a lighthouse project. It's relevant because also it is an example as the territorial cooperation can help all of us in order to create, to analyze indeed serious issues like the water for all of us. So we can start now with Ophidia 2. This is the first one with Mr. Aloisio. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let me start the counter, just 3 minutes. So is my presentation? Okay, before starting just a brief presentation of the Ophidia 2 project, I'm going to give you some messages just to contextualize the role and goal of the Ophidia 2 project, because this project tackled one of the main issues we have today due to the increasing human-induced greenhouse gas emissions that lead to impressive temperature rise. As you know, CO2, the carbon dioxide, is one of the main causes of the greenhouse effect. And now, how does the Ophidia 2 project fit into this serious issue due to the carbon emission? As you know very well, I think, trees and forest ecosystems play a strategic role in carbon sequestration. So forest ecosystem deserve special attention, and we have to do our best to avoid wildfires and forest destruction. That's the goal of our project, and I think that we can just give some brief information about the partners, and the goal of this project was to implement a strategic framework to prevent wildfires, exploiting advanced technological sensors, video cameras, and you know the system is very complex. And both in Greece and in Italy, what we did is to use what we can say is Industry 4.0, Nature 4.0 technologies. And as you can see, we also have in this slide a clear picture of what we did both in the Apulia region and the Greek region. So what we exploit are these nice sensors. These are wireless sensors that can be used on trees just to have a clear indication, first of all, of the health status of the trees, and also they had special detectors, sensors that can give us the opportunity to know exactly some physical parameters that can be exploited to detect fires. And you know, it's very clear how fires are important in our region. This is a sketch of the number of fires that have been detected in 2022, and clearly the Ophidia 2 project allowed our civil protection to have a monitoring of wildfires and to have some control on them. And this is 3 minutes, yes. And so let me also say that without our system, it is impossible to have also a sort of fire danger forecasting. So what we implemented is also a method based on modeling to have the 72 hours forecasting of wildfires, and this is a very important action. We also implemented some apps that are now on Amazon. One that is very important to the fire detection, because we wanted to improve the social awareness of citizens, and also some application that allowed the civil protection to increase the efficiency of their control. And in terms of potential to transfer, it's clear that this project can be clearly extended in terms of coverage. The current coverage is restricted to some areas in the Apulia region and the Epirus region, but it is clearly transferred this problem to other application contexts. Also, we had a lot of dissemination. Let me just mention that last week I was in Macedonia with the staff of the Ophidia 2 project, Antonio and Luisa, because I was asked to go there and to present this result because they want to extend and to improve their facilities, exploiting what we did in the Ophidia 2 project. So I'm very proud to this, and also I'm very proud to say that this project won the Interreg Project LAM, and thanks, I would like to thank Carmela and also the project coordinator, because you know, they gave us a strong support during all the project. Okay, that's all. I think
Thank you, Giovanni. So the next one is the project Hermes. Hermes project is a project about the civil protection. The speaker is Mr. Sakas from the Epirus region online. Mr. Sakas, Evangelos, are you online?
Yes, fine. It's a pity we couldn't be in Bari, but we hopefully seek an opportunity in the future. I will share my screen, my presentation.
I hope so, Evangelos.
Okay. I will briefly present the key aspects of the project, Hermes, focusing on the capitalization of its achievements. We start right now. First of all, the Hermes project was implemented with the cooperation of the 4 beneficiary partners, Region of Epirus acting as a lead partner, Department of Physics of the University of Ioannina, Civil Protection Section of Apulia region, and Department of Agro-Environmental and Territorial Sciences, known as DESAR, of University of Bari. The project was planned after the large earthquakes of 2016 struck both countries, central Italy and northwest Greece, causing extensive property damages and human casualties. Its main target was to improve the means of the civil protection services to respond to large earthquake disasters like this by implementing an integrated earthquake disasters management system. The implementation of the Hermes project basically included creation of an extensive scientific knowledge base about the geology of project area, which, as the seismic events shown, that say taken place, was mandatory in order to enhance and strengthen the planning of civil protection mechanisms to effectively respond to such large-scale disasters. Guidelines for checking structural vulnerabilities and methodology for post-earthquake buildings inspection, public awareness activities, and last but most important, specialized equipment, training courses, operational plans, and management tools for conducting USAR operations using voluntary teams in full cooperation with the state response mechanism, basically acting as part of it. This last one was the key action of this project because, as seismic events show, in large-scale disasters, which are more common nowadays, the state mechanism will need all the help it can get to handle situations like this, but in an organized and prepared manner in order to be effective. Unfortunately, in Greece, the framework for using voluntary teams to conduct response operations was very premature at the beginning. So much had to be learned and changed in order to achieve this action, following the paradigm of our Italian partners, where the framework was by far more advanced than ours. A large number of deliverables were produced from the project partners as part of the project implementation. I will pass them in order to jump to conclusions. About the capitalization of achievement of project Hermes. As the project was part of the core planning of our civil protection services, the capitalization of project results is already taking place. Scientific knowledge acquired is already being used by academic institutions, the geological departments, and the state national organization like OASP. A review of civil protection response planning has been made adopting Interact tools and procedures for conducting USAR operations with voluntary response units. A reform of the legal frameworks has been taking place regarding the organization of voluntary groups, which can be...
Tanto hanno fatto che sono andata a coincidere, ma ok.
Which can be part of the civil protection mechanism, solving many issues, which has been recognized by project implementation. Civil protection of our region interfered by informal discussion on this. A fully equipped and trained Interact registered voluntary group acting as a full operational response unit of civil protection state mechanism. It was already used operationally in many cases. For example, it was holding the local fire department of Preveza when almost all the local fire forces had to move to Evia Island at the previous summer devastating fires. And also trading activities using all the infrastructure already taking place.
Purtroppo tanto hanno ritardate.
Chiedo agli altri relatori di chiudere i loro microfoni gentilmente perché sentiamo tutto. Grazie.
Thank you. But we also could see some further capitalization of project achievements, which is expanding the voluntary mechanism to new operational fields, also exploiting the new legal framework, joint cross-border training activities, and certifying training for instance, the interested groups of general population in order to be actively involved in this. Ending, and I was planning to show you a very small video of the last field event of project. It was a joint training of our voluntary unit and the 5th MAC, the local state field force, which was taking place with the presence of the regional governor and the leadership of all the regional forces. But I don't think I have the time. Maybe some segments. It was a very large event, highly organized, and we are very proud of it. All the equipment was used in action, but the key thing is the cooperation of the units.
Okay, thank you, Sakas. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time in order to see all the video. But it's thank you, because it's a good example how our civil protection can cooperate each other in order to increase the operativity of our civil protection. It's a very great example. Thank you, Sakas. Thank you. Thank you, Evangelos.
Thank you very much.
So, the next one is the project Circa Lane, University of Salento. Mrs. Passiante, if I remember well, she's online.
I'm online, thanks.
Perfect. So,
as for the slides, may I have by myself to project the slides or not?
You sent to tomorrow but you can share your screen in order to show your slide.
Okay.
If you are ready.
Just to see. Are you able to see the presentation?
Perfect.
Okay. The project that I have realized was focused on the circular project. That means to promote the circular economy investment and policies both in Greece and Italy. As you can see, What about? At first, the idea was that this project was focused mainly to focus on the circular economy issues. And then it is important also to understand that we have also some specific issues. So what about the next slide? Just one moment. Cinzia, can you help me? Just to show the slides. Then, of course, we have at first focused on... No.
Qual è? Questa?
Sì.
Va.
Okay. The idea is that at first we've analyzed the so-called needs of the firms. Then what about the...
Professoressa Passiante, sorry, but we just we are seeing just your first slide. Maybe you should go to the next, because we just saw the first one.
I have only one problem in this moment.
Oh, okay, no problem. Continue with your speech. No problem.
At first, the problem has been to identify the needs.
It's okay now in this way.
Okay. So at first, it was necessary to understand which were the needs for the firms in order to face all the challenges concerning the circular economy. And then it was necessary to understand which were the main firms that we identified, some outstanding firms, that small firms in this area, which were very well developed as for the tools for the circular economy. What about the results that we have obtained that can be also shared with the others? At first, we have identified a platform that is necessary both to create the competencies of the young people, but of all over the people of this territory, in order to understand what are the main issues concerning the circular economy. And then, of course, it is also important to understand what are the main policies and how it is possible to create the suitable environment for the circular economy. So at first, then we had also organized a workshop, a big workshop, an international workshop focused on this kind of issues. And then we have also published a book on this kind of issues. This is because we focused mainly on the communication aspects. Of course, it is also important to create the specific platforms and also the specific issues of the specific firms. In this case, you can have the general overview of the circular economy, but after you need to focus your specific aspects, and according to your interest, you can focus on some specific issues. So for this reason, this, in my opinion, this project could be useful to understand what a good communication plan and to define a good communication plan of all the issues of the circular economy, especially in the current industry 5.0. In this new 5.0, we have two big pillars. One is focused on the circular economy, and the other one is focused on the digital economy. I think that in this case, our project could be useful for sharing knowledge concerning the first specific pillar. And so these are the main issues concerning this kind of project.
Perfect. Thank you, Mrs. Paziante.
Thanks.
Absolutely, I agree with you. This was our first time that we start to have a dialogue between the Greek and Italian parts about the circular economy. And the relevant thing was in order to start some match with some stakeholders. Was very, very relevant. I remember well several meetings in the University of Lecce. I participated there. Was okay. Okay, we can move on. The next one is the project Sunwater. Is Mr. Berardi. If I remember well, he is in presence. Let's come on. Also for you, 4 minutes.
Yes. So where is the? Okay. Is it working? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm speaking for Politecnico di Bari, but actually I was in Politecnico di Bari 5 years ago, more or less, when it was proposed this project. Now I'm in Pescara, but I'm part of the same research group with Professor Giustolisi, Professor Laucelli, and okay. This is the list of partners of our project, and in the last line you can see also the stakeholder. One of the stakeholders is this idea Research Transfer, which is a spin-off company of Politecnico di Bari, who provided one of the tools which was used during the project, and other are Italia and another association of municipalities for water systems. The case studies was on Igoumenitsa and Catastari, so Zante, and for Italy Monte Sant'Angelo and Castelnuovo della Daunia. So what is the main purpose of Sunwater? Let me go here. Sunwater stands for Sustainable Water Supply Networks in Mediterranean Touristic Areas. What are the problems? The problem is that our aqueducts, so our water distribution networks, are quite complex system, which comes from the stratification of many interventions and upgrade over times, and they share the same roads with other services, other underground services. In both areas, these networks follow some touristic seasonalities, and so their functioning is quite complex due to this point. And due to quite frequent water shortage problems, they also have, in our system, we also have private tanks, which is quite uncommon in other regions, in other nationalities. Another big problem in these networks is water losses, so leakages in water distribution networks. All of us knows about the numbers of these leakages. They are quite high. So the idea was to use one of the product coming from the Italian research in this area, which was able to include all these aspects in advanced hydraulic analysis. And the first step was to merge, to put together various aspects concerning the management of water distribution systems. So GIS data, so topology, data from consumption, so billing databases, and also data from monitoring systems. All these the main represents the main database to implement advanced hydraulic modeling. At that time, so at the time of proposal, this was the state of the art. But now we know that all these makes a digital twin of the system, and now is what is implemented into digital twin as outcome of this project. So once we have a model, we have also the opportunity to divide our system into district monitoring areas in order to monitor the system and so reduce leakages, so identify possible leaking point, and even to plan rehabilitation of these, so replacement of these pipes. So in this case, we talk about digital water services. Digital water services, today we know that these are digital water services, so some functionalities that helps water providers, technicians, and even municipalities in planning their jobs. So what about capitalizing these results? Today these results are implemented as plugin in QGIS environment, so an environment which is quite used by technicians, and they gave the opportunity, the results of this project gave the opportunity to develop other product, so other application, other digital water services. And today we have a big family of digital water services, and today the methodology that was originally developed in the project and implemented into practical tools is used in many tendering processes, even inside procedures that belongs to the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience that is now going on. There are about 2 billion euros expected to be spent in this sector. So what I'm talking about is the impact that we have already of this project. So we are not waiting for stakeholders, but stakeholders already use our results. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Berardi. And so, next one is Project Triton. I'm inviting here and give the floor to Mrs. Patruno.
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be with you today, and I will use these 4 minutes to present the results of Triton project. And this has been a great opportunity to see regional authorities and institutions of research and university working together to address a very crucial issue on both Italian and Greek side about the protection of the coastal areas that are affected by erosion. And I will immediately go through a very small, few images, I mean, just to show you the first and ready to use results of this project, which is an integrated platform that is available it's been available during the old project, and it is right now for all stakeholders that are interested, with the first data, particularly mappings that are available, and a permanent observation systems with geodatabase that are available. And then, of course, very much connected to the work that has been done in the project, there is a very important part related to educational tools and training programs that and events that have been developed. Those are really connected to relevance of successful solution that has been shown during the process during the project, and in particularly two important actions that have been taken from coastal planning point of view, and the case of Puglia region, and in particularly the area of Bari, with a waterfront regeneration, and in particularly the opportunity to have an integrated system of coastal management, taking into account what has been the protection from overtopping or storm effects, but also the idea to provide a regeneration that could involve the community and the public, of course, to use, have a better use of the coast in the urban areas. And then the coastal erosion risk, particularly on the side of the Patras Gulf, and the opportunity to have a permanent coastal erosion observatory in real time, and then to have data collection, specific equipment that you can see also in the pictures and using deep technologies in bathymetric sonars or multi-beam system for also photogrammetry by drones and, of course, as I mentioned before, satellites data. And I will conclude, of course, with something that has been already mentioned, but of course has a great potential for transfer, because whenever we talk about trainings, and in particularly some high-level training, if it's done on a transnational level, of course, has a great added value. In this case, both the training events, the international workshop, and a summer school that has been done also on transnational side has been proved to be very successful and a great opportunity not only to exchange knowledge, but also to transfer it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, the next one is for the project IRTUMA, University of Ioannina, Mr. Tito Giannis. He is online. Tito Giannis, sorry. He is online.
So, should I share my presentation?
Yes, absolutely yes. Nice to meet you.
Nice
virtually,
to meet you.
but it's okay.
Too. So, I hope that you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present IRTUMA project, a project that lasted for about 3 years, and we had the luck to include some very efficient partners, except of the University of Ioannina, which was the lead partner, the region of Epirus, ISPA CNR, IAM Bari, and the Consortio per la Bonifica della Capitanata. Also, the region of Puglia participated as an associate partner. So, the concept of IRTUMA was based on the Water Framework Directive 60 of 2000, and on the fact that irrigation is the main user of water in the program area. So we developed management tools, and we used stations to collect data in order to contribute to the protection of water. So our way included cooperation with water and land reclamation organizations and environmental agencies, mainstreaming efficient irrigation and drainage practices, applied research and the use of the sites of research as for demonstration activities, and also dissemination of results of all levels. The solutions that we proposed and we tested and validated in IRTUMA included cross-border cooperation between stakeholders and end users, and the development of tools and capacity building. So the participatory approach was a kind of added value to IRTUMA project, and our activities concerned about 150,000 hectares of participatory irrigation water management systems in the program area, and we have some very good results, indicative results, for example, for olive culture and greenhouse plants, where we succeeded in about 40% less water consumption. We installed 13 new stations for measuring weather and water parameters. We performed about 200 irrigation audits, and we applied and tested 3 smart irrigation management systems, and published 15 technical documents, studies, reports, and guidelines Also, 10 articles for irrigation stakeholders and the public. We organized 8 events, and we participated in 10. And also, we made 10 presentations of scientific results. These are some indicative images and photos from the activities of the project, the stations, the maps, the participatory systems, the audits, and here from the experimental sites and some dissemination activities. The outputs have fully operating character. They can be directly implemented in product areas. For example, already the European Irrigation Association promotes the auditing procedure for irrigation systems that was developed and tested in the IRTUMA project. And the national system of monitoring environmental parameters, OpenHI, already included the stations of IRTUMA in its network. Of course, we are seeking for new collaborations and funding to proceed to new ideas to expand these activities. And you can find all the deliverables, you can have access to all the deliverables of IRTUMA project via the website. And I think that that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanis. Last but not the least, Project Best. Or Project Best. So, is it present?
It is. It is.
Maybe there is a mistake. I wrote, there is wrote Marcos,
No,
but Marcos is
okay.
there.
It's okay. No worries, no worries. Okay. So, let's be honest. Finding a very good name, a very good acronym for a project, it's definitely not the most important part of a project. It's actually, though, a struggle. So our team thought very long and hard and came back with a brilliant idea. Let's call our project BEST. So, hello everybody, I'm Ioannis Karidis and I will be talking today about the project titled BEST, which is all about safeguarding and conserving biodiversity. Actually, my affiliation is with the Department of Informatics of the Ionian University, which is part of the LB. So, BEST focuses on the protection and of natural cultural heritage, the restoration of biodiversity in natural, rural, and coastal habitats, the involvement of local stakeholders in cross-border activities and community pilot actions, the use of new technologies with low environmental footprint, as well as the creation of new policies, products, and services for the improving of quality of life of the new citizens. The members, the partners of the consortium include the region of Ionian Islands, which is the lead beneficiary, the region of Epirus, the region of Western Greece, and the region of Puglia. The target groups of the project focus on regional and local governance authorities, educational institutions and scientists from Greece and Italy, management bodies of protected areas, museums of natural history, educational organizations and other or environmental organizations, as well as the wide populace of the intervention areas. The agro and aqua biodiversity characteristic of the project, of BEST project, focuses on marine ecosystems, coastal aspects, botanical aspects, faunal aspects, agricultural and entomological aspects. All of these culminating together in focusing issues about pressures and risks posed in biodiversity from alien species, from human activities, from climate change, pollution, and you name it. BEST's output include management and governance methodologies for network and addressing agro and aquaculture biodiversity pressures, monitoring of agricultural areas of high naturalistic value, action plans for exploiting generic resources and methodologies to address pressures from alien species, as well as policy papers and MOUs for addressing the joint agro and aqua characteristics of the project. Also, it includes innovation and technology, such as a WebGIS system for identifying high-value nature farmlands, intelligent technological instruments for the monitoring of biodiversity in rural and coastal areas, cutting-edge mass spectrometry methodologies, such as a platform and toolkits, in order to address digital footprints of living organisms, as well as biodiversity tools to support alternative environmental tourism. It also addresses issues about the protection and restoration, such as the creation of a DNA archive from selected cross-border botanical species, establishment of a seed bank, as well as updating and extension of a biodiversity database in order to be able to evaluate changes in biodiversity. It also addresses issues on education and capacity building, such as the creation of Museum of Biodiversity and Natural History, the establishment of a Fab Lab in the Ionian Islands, office and monitoring for biodiversity threats and pressures, and training seminars for stakeholders in all issues addressed by the project. Some of the most tangible and really important parts of the outputs of the project include methodologies, plans, protocols, hardware, software about addressing real-life challenges, such as the invasion of blue crab into coastal and lake areas, the red beetle and how it destroys palm trees and how we could have an early warning system, as well as a stem water in tree trunks that could address methodologies, could support methodologies in order to address all pests and all issues that make a problem into trees, such as the fastidiosa xylella. All in all, during the BEST project, we deployed infrastructure, we collected data, we extracted knowledge, we visualized that knowledge, and that's why we think of the project BEST as a giver of customized decision support systems. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. As I strongly believe, as you noted, this is the only project that we presented that is still ongoing. The other project was a closed project. Why we asked to them in order to present? Because also the impact of this project in our territories, it's great, to be honest. And there is also a great interest from coming from the managing authority, the joint secretariat, in order to follow their activities and to understand well what is the impact of this strategic project. So now we can start with brief matching and networking of the project results. As usually, I'm asking to George in order to recap some information if you found something of interesting.
Thank you, Gianfranco. So it's I will not repeat the same comments than before, but the projects are quite mature in the understanding of capitalization activities, what it means, and some already include the idea of dissemination, sharing, and getting in contact with the relevant public authorities. So of course, we have the question of water management that is crucial, with 3 projects focused on it. So we guess that for this cooperation, for this programming period, it will remain one key issue. Then the civil protection, there is one project, but it's also something quite important with the question of risks. And then protection of coastal areas and biodiversity. With this kind of project, what we can see as regular concern is a question of monitoring. I mean, to evaluate. We are in front of a situation that we don't really understand. It can be related to water, to risk, to coastal management, and we need better information and better management, better observation systems. So it's a management system. And then to develop the observation capacities. And then the second question is related to the capacity to intervene and the coordination between the different levels of authorities. Because civil protection can be, according to the state, it can be a local competence, regional, national competence. So it's the connection between the competencies, which is another important issue. And then behind the question of regulation that can be adapted in order maybe to give more responsibilities and capacities to intervene at local level, local and regional level. So this can be issues to develop and to work on with the cooperation projects.
Perfect. Thank you, George. If there are questions? Professor, prego. Of course.
So I didn't have time to stress what we did in our project, but I found in the previous session projects that are focused on agriculture. And my strong message is, since you understood that as Climate Change Center, we are focusing on the role of CO2 in terms of greenhouse effect and rising of temperature, you have to know that agriculture and food is producing 1/3 of the global emission. So I think that there should be a strong coordination among these projects that are mostly devoted on agriculture, food, in order to be coordinated to realize some coordinated actions to mitigate the effect of global emissions. So I think that I found very interesting also the two projects were Mobilab and Medino. And
also in Triton.
Yes, and also BEST that is also tackling some problem related to climate change. So I think that climate change today is the most important problem that we have to tackle. And if there are projects that are more focused on these issues, I think we have to be more coordinated.
Yes, thank you. This is another challenge for us. Absolutely, we will, but we will try. But it's right, absolutely, what you told. Absolutely right. So, I strongly believe now we can have our break. There is a lunch outside, and so we can start again our work within 1 hour. Okay? Thank you.
projects and about... Now you can hear me? Perfect. So first of all, I would like to thank all the participants for the very interesting presentations that we had. You saw very good examples of the projects that were implemented for the risk prevention in the environment and, of course, for the other sections, which is innovation and competitiveness workshop. We had some questions. I would expect more questions, actually, but I think that we gave you enough food for thought. I hope that now you know the results of our projects and you will have some ideas in order to spread up these results and, of course, to set up the base for new projects in the future, because as I saw you in the morning, there are a lot of common, let's say, axes in the new programming period of 2021-27, so you can realize and capitalize your ideas during the next programming period. I don't want to take any more of your time. Gianfranco?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Angeliki. I didn't know if Mr. Rubino, would you like to add something, or we can after? Okay, just for the conclusion.
I think we can continue with the next
yes,
thematic.
Before, because I'm not sure that for all the people also online also follow us during in the starting phase of the meeting. I'm asking if Georg can just recap 2-3 minutes, not more. What is the goal of the capitalization? Okay. Why we are here?
Do you want me to use the presentation?
No, also only a speech. Very, very brief, 2-3 minutes. So the question is, Jörg, if you can answer, why we are here?
Okay. In fact, capitalization started some years ago, two programming period ago, because the program and the project were producing a lot of outputs. There were a lot of very interesting documents produced, initiatives and tools. And the main conclusion was that at the end of the project, when the financing was over, all this material was often lost and not reused and not shared just within the partnership. From this observation, some programs started to think about a way to better capitalize, to take stock of what the project were doing, and with different methodology. So we have a first round of project, they produce this, and it would be good if during the next programming period, partners in the same thematic focus would use what has been done in order to go a bit further, to have an added value, and if possible, to have an influence on the public policies or on the way the different actors involved in the Interreg program were working. So from these different initiatives, Interact tried to make a first overall observation of the methodology, which has been described by Ivano this morning. And they set up a description of the methodology that they are working on now. So will be available some toolkits in a few weeks, and different steps that explain how to capitalize. So now what is important to know is that each program has its own environment, and there is not one way to do capitalization. You can start with communication, you communicate about what you do. You can then involve the different partners in thematic groups, or you can be a bit more ambitious with the objective to change or to influence public policies, which is more difficult. So each program with the partners and with the project beneficiaries has to decide how to organize it, especially for the next year, for the next period. And concerning the methodology, of course, Interact is the main source of inspiration for you. So if you have any question, then to get in contact with Interact. And the technical document will be spread through Gianfranco and Carmela, who are working now with Interact and capitalization.
Perfect. Thank you, York. Absolutely. We can start also with our project. We start for this section with the project Palimpsest. The speech will come from the University of Ioannina. And to be honest, this is a project that I followed in a very close way.
Hello. Okay. So perfect. We are very happy to be here with you today. We have prepared the presentation based on the guidelines that we were sent, so we will mainly speak about the outputs of the project, because there are a lot of you that already know what the project was about, but I will say 2 or 3 things for the rest of you to be able to follow. So Palimpsest is about an open urban museum based on the story of the city. It is named Palimpsest because Palimpsest in Greek means something that has written over many, many times, and sometimes old scriptures are lost behind. The city is understood as a palimpsest, where you can find the history below what is currently on the surface. So what we have done during the project is work with pupils from schools, and we ask them to gather stories from old relatives, grandparents, etc., and relate these stories to the city. Then we worked with them in many different ways. They did theatrical acts on the stories, animations, etc. We did a lot of workshops with them, but we also collected the stories in order to create a museum where we reinserted the stories in the city, in the places that originally where they took place. And we did that with artistic installations that are activated digitally, but are experienced in the physical space as things that are there and are happening. So, okay, should I, yes?
I think so.
Change? Yes. No. Perfect. So I am now presenting you the 4 outputs of the palimpsest. This is an output that was not originally planned, but became relevant as we were working on the project. This is the booth. The booth was originally planned as a thing that we were going to do in the European regions and cities week, but then the COVID thing happened, so we could not do that. And instead of doing a booth in the exhibition, we thought about preparing a booth where you can tell a story. So it was called Enter the Booth, Tell Us a Story. You could enter this digital booth, answer some questions, and tell a story. We prepared a repository of images and sounds, and these were connected to the answers that you would give about the story. So afterwards, when the story was finished, automatically we created a video of the story told based on the images and the sounds and their association to the answers that the people were giving. Okay, the transferability, etc. You can understand that there are many things that can happen with this. I have made the comments so that you can see them. This is the app of the project. During the project, we prepared an application where all stories collected were uploaded, and this works as a participatory archive where, apart from collecting the stories, the students at the first place, but now everyone, can also tag the stories, and this creates an interpretation of the history, which is a bottom-up interpretation of the history. So We tag the stories in as much as chronological facts, content, and of course the space, the place exactly where they took place. And this is an app that remains open and can be used for the cities that originally was created, but also can be transferred to other places. This is the museum. The museum was the final output of the program. As a final output, the museum works with installations that are activated by the application when you have it downloaded at your cell phone, but does not work with the cell phone. It only activates them. And these are audiovisual applications. Some are only visual, some are only auditive, and some are both, that are around the city of Ioannina. You cannot really know where they are, so they come as a surprise, and they are not always activated. This is a concept of a different kind of museum, a more open museum, a more immaterial museum that makes new ways of expressing art with immaterial cultural heritage. I'm finishing. And finally, we were thinking about what we are discussing today when we were working at the project. So we prepared this book, which is the Palimpsest book. It is a digital book also that you can find, where you can see all parts of the project analyzed and the methodology, so that this is a shared knowledge that we want to convey here. Just a final comment, the project ended in March 2022. We did a final presentation of the project 3 months later. Gianfranco was there. When we wanted to offer the project to the municipality of Ioannina. So the mayor came, and we gave him a guide how to maintain the project and not put it in the shelf and forget about it. We are now working with, we have a sponsor, and we will make a competition for stories for students. Very little money, but students will be given something as a prize in order to collect more stories. And we are also working with the municipality, a part of maintaining the installations, in finding way to finance a sort of biennale in order to enrich the installations and find ways to valorize the equipment with new artistic installations where they already exist. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can move on. Now it's online, the municipality of Patra for the project Spark.
Hello to everyone.
Oh, okay. Hi, Vasily.
I'm over here.
Perfect.
Hello to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. Sorry, but it was not possible to participate over there. I'm here to present you project Spark, where to make the share. I suppose you can see it. Is it okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on. Project Spark. Project Spark. Wait to find. Okay, it's over here. It was, first of all, an infrastructure project. Its main objective was to position and contribute in the valorization of natural and cultural heritage of the regions involved by means for the realization of creative hubs for the provision of services and the creation of an ecosystem of clusters of local economic stakeholders working together for developing innovative products in order to increase the attractiveness of the territories involved, so to become a world-class, high-value tourist destination. Some of our main outputs, some of them, because in 4 minutes it's not possible to present all Project Spark, are the following. Fostering pilot startup companies. We had 11 business ideas. We had 160 hours of mentoring and 500 hours of personalized mentoring. And we had also 42 hours distributed with a value of 63,000 euros in experts. Next one is cross-fertilization with film industry. We designed a tool for audiovisual productions willing to invest in Puglia and in Greece as to encourage co-productions and also 2 20-minute documentaries for Shadow Theatre in Western Greece and the Carnival of Athens. Another big one, output was the production of digital contents, which was consisted by documents and photos and videos about carnival and shadow theater, and also the creation of a contemporary artwork. Thematic workshops. 18 thematic workshops took place in both countries, in some cases also with exchange of instructions, unfortunately not a lot due to the COVID restrictions, in many issues about the creative industry in both areas, both technical and art, also about management, tourism, and everything else. An exchange program took place, once again due to COVID only in one country, but we had the opportunity to strengthen our bonds and exchange good practices. Public educational program, another outdoor project, consisted by a VR experience that is now at the Creative Hub of Patras, an e-book about Mascarata. Also, 6 portable kits about shadow theater were created and distributed at schools and kindergartens of the higher perfection. Also, we had 2 days, 2 info days for the children of Apulia, as to show them the role of the ICC in the region. Summer carnival festivals, 2 summer carnival festivals, one in Potignano and one in Greece, in Patras, with too many different kind of acts and a lot of attraction of the people in the areas. We had the participation only in 2 exhibitions abroad as to show the results of the project at New York and at Milan. And last but not least, perhaps the most important one, we created 3 hubs, one in Patras, one in Bari, and one in Potignano, that constitute a service center supporting cultural and creative industries. Some details about these hubs. First of all, the Creative Hub of Bari, at the headquarters of the Department of Economic, Tourism and Culture. It is dedicated to strengthening the communication skills of Apulian companies operating in the creativity sector and consists of a control room for the production of audiovisual content, including smartphones, software, and any other equipment. The activity still now, even that the Spark project is finished, is 12 press conferences with more than 400 people have used the Creative Hub. Second one is the Creative Hub of Potignano, in the former slaughterhouse of Potignano, and is dedicated to developing the skills of young Apulian musicians and has been equipped with all the necessary equipment for musical training and concerts. Also there, till now, and after the end of the project, we had 22 meetings, 2 workshops, 1 theater course, 1 exhibition, 12 concerts, 2 rehearsal shows. Around 3,000 people have visited. You see that hubs are alive. And the last one, which is, you can say, the flagship of Spark, is the Creative Hub of Patras, in the old slaughterhouse once again, in Patras, but it's a very big area over here. Imagine that it's a 10,000 square meters, 10,000 square meters of area, with 2,200 buildings. Through Project Park, all this area, it was renovated, and we got equipment. I can show you some photos from the past and from now. We have buildings, administrative buildings, we have a multi-purpose hall, we have a carnival exhibition hall, we have a shadow theater exhibition hall, a 3D printing workshop, a multimedia center, a creative industry workshop, we're finishing, a children's creative workshop, and all these are the activities that have taken place all this time through Spark and after Spark till now. 32,000 people have visited and have used the Creative Hub of Patras. Perhaps you don't want me to read all these activities that have taken place. Thank you for your time. Hope I was inside the time, Mr. Cataleta.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Vasily. Thank you for your speech, and because you respect also the timing. So now it's Project Net, Mr. Furio, from on the behalf of the lead beneficiary.
Good afternoon, everybody. We prepared a short video that can start whenever. Okay, very good. So the Project Net, a network of theater for the valorization of cultural and natural heritage to develop a sustainable tourism, has been concluded at the end of November 2020, with a percentage of certified budget of 95.76%. Lead beneficiary is Teatro Pubblico Pugliese, or in English, Apulian Public Theatre. Other partners are Municipal and Regional Theatre of Corfu, Municipal and Regional Theatre of Patras, Chamber of Acaia, and Petruzzelli Foundation. The main results of ProjectNet in terms of transferability and replicability can be defined as a model of interconnection of the theater with other economic sectors, a method that puts the theater at the center of a wide network of economic players, practically implementing the role of culture, and theater in particular, as a driver for economic and social development. A method that enables a synergy with stakeholders from various sectors, such as agri-food, tourism, local craftsmanship, and cultural and natural heritage management. Such model has been implemented starting from a phase of acquisition of competences, carried out by means of dedicated workshops aimed at relevant operators, to learn about fundraising, shared promotional strategies, and interclustering activities. Second phase concerned the development of the interclustering strategy, a strategy that allows operators from different economic sectors to work together in a coordinated and targeted way. Such strategy was developed through specific roundtables with participants, with the participation of stakeholders, and by the signature of networking agreements. The interclustering strategy was supported by specific features of the digital platform for theater management that has been realized in the project, during the project. The third phase includes the realization of what we call innovative integrated productions, consisting in the deployment of the interclustering strategy, and include the realization of artistic productions and activities aimed at the valorization of local typical products, as well as to boost local tourist attractiveness. Consistently, the fourth phase encompassed showcasing and dissemination activities by means of a distributed festival carried out in 2 locations of Puglia, Nuovo and Lecce, and 2 of Western Greece, Corfu and Patras, as well as a study visit with national and international journalists and tour operators. And then you can see some of the production, the artistic production that has been made. Finally, it's worth saying that the project has been implemented notwithstanding all the limitations of the COVID-19 pandemics, and that were very strict regarding the performing arts and live performances. That somehow forced the partnership to adapt to a new scenario with the help of digital technologies that were also used by artistic operators experimenting digital solutions for artistic production and showcasing. Surely, this for us is a further unexpected result that can be capitalized upon, exploring new languages enabled by the adoption of digital technologies for performing arts. That could be done including activities, for instance, for developing new skills or fostering digital performances capabilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sandro.
Grazie.
Now is the project for the time of the project Silver Wellbeing. Professor Moschetta. Maybe, okay, I saw him, but now there isn't. Okay, we can go on. Online, that is for the project Fish and Chips from the lead beneficiary, University of Foggia, Professor Romano. Professor Romano, are you online?
Hi, yes,
Hi,
I am.
perfect. Good afternoon. The speech is yours.
Good afternoon to you, good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you.
And see or not?
Yes. Also, we can see you.
Okay, because I see myself also in your screen. I don't know why.
you can start. If you have some problem, we can share your presentation. Now, maybe it's better that we will start with your presentation. Okay. So now we can see your slides. You can start, Professor Romano.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't. I was not sharing my screen.
No, we, because we had your presentation.
Okay, you are.
Yes. So you can start with your presentation, please.
Okay, I didn't know it stands to me. Okay, good morning to everybody, and thank you for being here, for inviting us to sharing our project, the results of our project. I will be very rapid and trying to stay in 4 minutes. So let's start from the acronym of this project, which is Fish and Chips. So, which stands for Fisheries, Cultural Heritage, Identity, and Participating Society. It's a project which has as leading partner University of Foggia, but also other partners like Region of Kerkila and the effort of the Ministry of Culture of Greece. The main objective of this project was the analysis and enhancement of the identity aspects of coastal communities in relation with the historical memory of their territories. And so the protagonists were sea, fishing, maritime tradition, coastal communities, and cultural identities. The places in which were involved in this project were the area of Taranto, so the Mar Piccolo, and the island of Corfu, the Ionian island of Corfu in Greece, and in particular with the Lagoon and the maritime village of Petritis, which had a long tradition of fisheries tradition. So in the project we focused on the fishing tradition and the culture, starting from the past. So we started from analyzing this tradition, starting from the Greek and Roman times. And we analyzed all the sources, historical sources, and ethnographic sources till some decades ago. And till we studied this tradition, the way in which they are developed till today. And we set up a sort of dialogue with the local communities, both in Taranto and in Corfu. And this dialogue was a really strict dialogue with the communities, as we can see in these meetings we had in these places during this the arc of this project. And the main result of this dialogue with the communities was the creation of two eco-museums, one in Italy, in the area of the Mar Piccolo, and one in Corfu, in the area of the lagoon of Petriti, the village of Petritis and the Corission lagoon. And this, the creation of the eco-museum was also accompanied by workshops on fishing traditions and techniques, shipbuilding, making byssus, purple, and fine linen. Workshop and labs which involved local population. At the end, we set up also two of the result of our project products were a multimedia app called Azzurre Frontiere, which was which intended to be a time travel between Taranto and Corfu along the blue expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. So an animated story which tells about ports, fishing, travels by sea and air, sails and seagulls, to learn about people who have lived in symbiosis with the sea for centuries. This application is available on App Store and Google Play. And another result was the realization of this video documentary called Ionio, a dialogue between two cities, which is a story, which is set up as a story told by Niccolò, which figures a contemporary Aedo traveling between Taranto and Corfu, who collects and tells stories of seamen between past and present, fishing and archaeology, a lived life that smells of salt and ancient sites that still bear witness to the glories of the past. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Romano. Okay, one step behind, and so we return to the project Silver Wellbeing, the University of Bari, Professor Moschetta.
Sorry for the delay. I knew 4 p.m. It was rated 4 p.m. So thank you very much, and I apologize for this delay. And again, it was 4 p.m., so it was not a big mistake. I thank Dr. Gadaleta for this. It was a fantastic experience, this Silver Wellbeing Interact between Apulia and Greece. Our focus was tourism, but of course we did also science, and we did also gastronomy, because we designed the streets of olive oil and wine. We had the possibility to focus on different monocultivar between Apulia and Greece, and we did the sequencing of the DNA of our cultivars, and we did also the effect of the single cultivars on our health. The group was fantastic. We did 5 workshops, 3 of these in Italy and 2 in Greece. There were the people from the University of Ioannina and the people from the Research Institute. We had the possibility at the end to publish 2 important stories. One of these is on the way, and I want to cite this because it's very important. And it was the generation of a new software app to study the adherence to Mediterranean diet. And with our surprise, the actual questionnaire that are used to study the adherence to Mediterranean diet were not able to select people that were in health status. Silver Wellbeing started with the idea to identify novel tourist routes to guarantee longevity and quality of life. So the app that we generated was a software to study how much we adhere to the Mediterranean diet. So there were several items together with anthropometric measures such as waist circumference and body weight and all of these things. And at the end, we discovered that the actual Mediterranean diet adherence questionnaire was able to select people with abdominal obesity. Because, for example, in the questionnaire is written how many times a day you eat cereals, how many times a day you eat wheat, how many times a day you eat sugars. And this is supposed to be adherent to the Mediterranean diet, but actually people that eat a lot of pizza or focaccia or bread in Italy or in Greece were very adherent to the Mediterranean diet, or they had very big waist circumference. So thanks to the Silver Wellbeing program, we decided to use in the app a new score that took into account the circadian rhythm. So I apologize if I take 1 minute more, but this is for us, it was an honor to do that because we selected and we said, at what time of the day you eat this food? And then we discovered that people that eat wheat or pizza or focaccia or bread or all of sugars late in the evening are the people that results adherent to the Mediterranean diet, but very big waist circumference. So we now generated a novel app that we called Frizzell, and it's a silver well-being app software to study the adherence to the Mediterranean diet, which took into account olive oil and cereals, but also the time of the day and the gender difference. And this study is ongoing for publication in a big journal, and we had the honor to write that the app and the software comes from the Interreg Apulia, Greece, and we hope in the next future to taste this software also in the population outside the Greece Apulia partners in order to prove that this works also everywhere. So Silver Wellbeing gave us the opportunity to do scientific collaboration, to do a lot of interaction in terms of the different olive oils and the tourist road, so the Frantoi and all of this in Greece and in Italy. And I have to say that even if it was the time of the COVID, and we, for a long time, we were closed into our places, we were able to finish the project in time, even if I can say a little bit before. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Antonio. Despite the advice that Mrs. Fregola, our communication officer, given to me in order to avoid to give some comments, I should also told to all our guests that you was one of the projects that received the on-the-spot coming from the European Commission. And your project was really appreciated from the European Commission, especially for the innovative approach and the innovative point of view that you use some tools and also the impact. So, congrats.
So I have to thank all the people that worked on this, and the companies, and the Greek partners, and especially the people that help us to do the software and to do all the rendiconti in order to arrive in time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Okay, we can move on. Now it's online for the project Cohen, the lead beneficiary. The ephorate of eterocarnitine lefcada, Fragula. Are you here online?
Hello, yes, I'm here, Gianfranco. Can you see me? Gianfranco, sorry. Can you see me? Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to present the Cohen project for the lead beneficiary. I can share my screen.
Of course you can. Perfect.
Okay. Cohen project is an ongoing project. Will end at the end of September 2023. Includes 5 project beneficiaries. 4 of them are of the Greek Ministry of Culture, 4 ephorate of antiquities, and the 5th partner is, of course, the region of Puglia on behalf of Italy. Now, here you can see the map with the areas involved in Greece and in Italy. And for this project, we have selected restoration works and creation of exhibitions in 17 monuments, 11 in Greece and 6 in Italy. I have to stress that the main output for this project is that through these restoration works and the creation of exhibitions on these selected monuments, we will succeed. They were used by the local communities.
Sorry, Fragula.
Yes?
Your screen is just blocked, so we can see only your slide.
The first one was that. I went on.
Yes, also maybe try to put on view mode. Okay, now it's second, okay.
So I will leave this screen, not the full one, maybe.
Yeah, that's okay, but you should select. Or you put in full screen.
I will, no, I will use this screen, okay?
Okay, but select slide per slide.
Yes, of course,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
I was saying that the main output of this project is that through the selected restoration works and the creation of exhibition, we will try to succeed the reuse of the monuments and the historical buildings by the local communities, so to increase the touristic flows throughout the whole year and strengthen also the cultural continuity on the cross-border area. I will show you very quickly some of the photographs of the selected restoration works and infrastructure works in the various monuments. Here is the Castle of Nafpaktos, and we have the restoration works on selected parts of the walls. And this is the ongoing organization of the permanent exhibition of the Byzantine period in the city of Nafpaktos, in the interior of the Castle of Nafpaktos. These are restoration works in the Castle of Vonitsa, and also the creation of a digital exhibition in the house of Ali Pasha in the interior of the castle. This is the fortress of Aktio, and you can see here the before and after of the shaping of the interior and the exterior of the fortress, and also restoration works. Here is the castle of Chlemoutsi in Ilia with the ongoing works, and the castles of Goumenitsa and Margariti in Thesprotia with selected works. On the island of Corfu, we have a network of 5 monuments. 2 of them are UNESCO monuments, the Old Fortress and New Fortress, and also the Gardikia and Gelokastro and Cassiope. And you can see here some of the works, and also they will create 2 halls, one for permanent exhibition and the second one for another exhibition. And these are the monuments and also the historical buildings of region of Puglia, 6 of them, 2 lighthouses and 6 towers. You can see here the ongoing works for the use of these buildings, and also for the creation of digital exhibitions to demonstrate and stress out the continuity between the 2 areas involved in the program, Italy and Western Greece, and also the continuity from antiquity till today of the history between Adriatic and Ionian seas. These are some of the works, the ongoing works in the lighthouse of San Cataldo in Bari. And of course, we had the common actions in this program among the partners. And we have also our site where you can visit and see more information, and Instagram and Facebook. And these are the main outputs of the program: the increase of the tourist flow, as I have already said, throughout the year, the protection, restoration, and enhancement of cultural heritage, increasing knowledge and awareness of the development of cultural heritage, strengthening of the participatory process at local level, the promoting of common historical elements, producing new tools for integration into local cultural strategies, creating new employment opportunities in the cross-border region, and improving the management administrative capacity. For these expected outputs, we have created an important tool, which is the Adriatic-Ionian coastal route. Through these 4 actions, we will try to conclude the best way our program. The first action is the creation of key studies with the coordination of the region of Puglia, with all the information regarding maritime history, architecture, cultural heritage for all the monuments involved. Here you can see already done these studies, and we need to make one body of these. The second action is ongoing, and we have the organization of various events in these monuments. You can see here from last summer an event in the castle of Chlemoutsi, and also a very important exhibition, historic exhibition in Igoumenitsa, and also various workshops for the dissemination and the enhancement of the coastal route, involving the stakeholders for the education and the tourism agents. So lastly, the COEN's aim refers to tackling joint challenges related to heritage enhancement and management in order to develop attractive and competitive destination for cultural tourism in both sides of the Adriatic and Ionian seas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Fragula.
Thank you very much.
Now we can move on with the project InMed Tour with the lead beneficiaries, on the behalf of lead beneficiaries, Cristina Giorgapoulou. Better.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Cristina.
Shall I share my screen?
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So, good afternoon. Greetings from Athens. Thank you very much for the invitation. Regarding InMed Tour project, let me inform you that our project has closed in June 2021. Its total budget was less than 900,000 euros, and our consortium has certified almost the 90% of the total budget. InMed Tour main objective is the introduction of a new tourism product, the medical tourism, which in a few words refers to traveling abroad for medical reasons, combining to an integrated tourism product. One of the two main deliverables of the project is the e-cluster platform. It's about a platform that supports networking and brings together local businesses with health and research industries with a common base for storing medical information. And the other big main deliverable is the e-tour facilitator, which refers to the end users of the health tourist product, the patient's tourist. These platforms offer matching services for the patients looking for health and touristic units to receive the appropriate treatment. I will focus to this platform only, the tour facilitator, as the time is very limited. And the platform based in an artificial intelligence technology created by the University of Patras, one of the partners of the consortium of Innovative Medical Tourism Strategy Consortium. The platform based on two main databases, the user database that gather user profile needs and preference, and the database storing all information regarding stakeholders that through AI and decision-making techniques find it offers to the end user the best solution during his travel abroad for medical reasons. The e-tour facilitator presents the most relative products to the user, taking into consideration parameters that user defines. So user can insert his preference, and the e-tour facilitator matches the insert preference with relative products in its database and propose the best solution for the end user. Some of the parameters that the end user can define, you can see in this slide. Accessibility, for instance, is a very important parameter. The patient must define her or his kinetic state in order the platform to suggest special means of transport or to exclude a certain destination if they are not defined as being easily accessible for persons with kinetic disabilities. Cost is a very important parameter as well, and multidimensional parameter. Communication is very important as well, certifications, suggested destination, and other parameters that the end user can define in order the e-tour facilitator propose for him the best solution. Closing my short presentation, I will say that e-tour facilitator is a platform that was successfully implemented and applied in the cross-border area of Western Greece and Puglia, and easily could be transferred and applied either in another cross-border area as it is, or in a different topic as well. Thank you very much. I think I was in time.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thank you, Cristina, because you've given us also a different point of view in order to organize the touristic flow. And this is very, very important that also as approach of the territorial cooperation. So we can move on. The next project is Project Muse. Mrs. Schiavone.
Good afternoon. My name is Francesca. I am here for the municipality of Tricase as the lead beneficiary of MUSE project, together with the Italian side, the Agronomic Institute or body, and on the Greek side we have the municipality of Sacretaro Messolonghi, the Corfu Port Authority, and the NGO European Regional Framework for Cooperation. So, what about our starting point? It's the Port Museum in Tricase Porto as a real engine for the local economic development in a sustainable way. So as European cooperation teaches us, it's important in order to improve a good practice and to transfer it in other coastal areas, to understand the good practice, to readapt it to the local context and to reuse it. And this has been the real strategy we have used in the implementation of MUSE project. So, starting to understanding the good practice, it's important to know the main elements of the Port Museum, and the main elements identified were the centrality of the local coastal community that through its daily life is able to preserve the cultural identity of the coastal area. So in order to foster, to feed the awareness, the collective awareness of the importance of the Port Museum, in order to increase the sense of belonging to the community, in order to improve the network among local stakeholders. So we have, as an operative tool, we have developed a real user manual describing the methodology in order to develop in a coastal area, step by step, the Port Museum. After that, we needed to readapt the good practice of the Port Museum. So if, for example, in Tricase, the Port Museum speaks through the flavors, food, the faces of people coming from different Mediterranean countries through international cooperation, in Messolonghi, the added value of the Port Museum is the lagoon with the production of traditional food like salt or bortarga, but Messolonghi is well known in Greece for the peaceful coexistence between two different local communities, the Gypsy and the Greek community. In Corfu was not easy to understand what about the added value of the Port Museum, because you know Corfu as a tourism mass destination. But here we have discovered the community of carpenters that through their job preserve the very important tradition linked to the navigation. After that, we needed to reuse the good practice. How? Increasing the dialogue among the partners, increasing the meeting with the local coastal communities, involving local stakeholders able to offer to the visitor a real experience linked to the coastal area, to the coastal culture, and in order to develop a first idea of tourism offer based on experience trail. After that, we have only started to involve the key economic stakeholders, the tour operators, both from the Greek and Italian side, through an educational tour and related B2B. And last but not least, from your mobile, you can freely download Netport, that is an app of augmented reality, through which you are able to virtually visit the Port Museum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you so much. So, we can go on. Next project is TEMIS, on the behalf of the lead beneficiaries, Mrs. Traversa.
Okay. Thank you, Gianfranco. I would like to thank you for the invitation and congratulate for this event organization. I will try to stay within the 4 minutes that I have. Try to describe briefly Project TEMIS. Come c'è un virus?
Giovane, non scherziamo.
No, è il certificato. pipì. Basta andare sì, ok, accetto. Sì.
Dalla regia.
Thank you. Okay, I will describe the result, the added value and the transferability potential of our project. Okay, first of all, partners, that was little ports, little municipality in Puglia and Greece, try to understand the assumptions of the cooperations. That was common needs, common features, and one market of reference. So we identified Themis goals, and that was supported the development of smaller ports by integrating them into cross-border and regional routes, provide ports with light infrastructure to improve the reception of tourists, in particular cruise passengers, create better links, domestic and maritime tourism, and widen the tourist reference territory. So we identified solutions to achieve these goals. That solutions was identification of a niche market that was luxury cruise, specification of the tourist demand, common marketing strategy, education for port operators and territorial firms, and adequate port facilities for the luxury cruises. So we have this kind of results for small luxury cruises in small luxury ports. These results was analysis of tourism flow, design of infrastructures, light infrastructure really, meetings with small and medium enterprises, a network among these enterprises, events and international fair as press release, billboards, and so all the other marketing tools, and diversification of tourism, offering for the 7 ports and their territories 7 tourist maps, printed and virtual, uploaded on the website, georeferenced with the Google Maps in 3 languages, interactive, and with so many copies distributed. And these are the example of our light infrastructure that we had built in our ports. Marketing results were also social channels, and also brochure and participation in international fairs in Malaga, but only virtual because of the pandemic period. And these videos that I would like to play, no, sorry, scusa, possiamo mettere indietro il play al video? È quello dei 30 secondi, sì. Ho capito, per questo stavo a parte. No? Su YouTube. Ah, ok. Ok. It's a pity. It's not.
A pity.
It's a pity. I'm sorry.
I'm real sorry for that. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry.
Okay, we go back to the presentation, please. Non è importante, non fa niente, possiamo tornare
torniamo alla
indietro.
presentazione.
Così chiudo. I'm very sorry for that.
Me too.
But
Me
it's
too.
nice.
Honestly.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to go till the. Okay. Okay. These were the other results that we had that was considered the innovation and technologies of the port community system modules and the educational meeting for the municipality involved. This educational meeting was 2 40-hour course of English languages for port workers, 40-hour course for port security for port workers, as always, and management and service for cruise tourism and new business opportunities for in special economic zones that we have now in Apulia. Regarding the transferability, I would like to show you some of the luxury cruise ships that call at our ports, and we would like them to connect small ports throughout the user area with under the Themis umbrella as an overall trademark that we consider the added value of our projects. In order to spread this trademark, the umbrella brand, in all user area under the Pillar 4, creating a luxury ports network. So thank you. I'm sorry for the video.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Leila, for the technical problem. So the next one is for Project Teleice. Kostas. Nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for the... No problem. Okay, so yeah. Thank you for the invitation.
You sent to us a presentation?
Yeah, we have it. Teleice or Economo. Yeah, I just gave it just before. I have it.
You have? Okay, perfect.
Do you have it? I'll just give it. Can you bring
Non ce l'ha mandato. Se non ce l'ha mandato è difficile. Se non ce l'ha inviato è difficile.
I have given this during the break, but anyway.
Okay, anyway.
I'm Kostas Economo. I'm coming from Corfu, from the Ionian University. I'm going to present Teleice. Teleice was about teleworking and using MOOC platforms. So the main idea, and here it is, but I should be maximized somehow. And the main idea was to train SMEs and freelancers and cooperate together in a sense of using various platforms that are for working, teleworking, either the freelancers to advertise their expertise or the SMEs to start seeking for people to recruit with certain skills. Sorry for not using my presentation yet. And so what we did, we found through surveys that there was, people didn't use MOOCs or those online platforms to train their personnel, and they didn't actually in the program area, they didn't, freelancers didn't also advertise. So having as an initiative this kind of of idea, thank you, this kind of idea, we started the training. So I'm coming from Corfu. Just on the map to show you my university, we are present in the 4 main Ionian islands. We are a small but rather active academic institution with mostly young personnel. And the TLHA project was having those partners, the Open University of Achaia in Patras, the Chamber of Greece, Ionian University, IFOA, Bari, and CNA Predici, you can also see in the map. So let me go through the objectives, even though I have gone through a few of them, that we adopted an innovative business to freelancer model facilitated by teleworking platforms and skill building. So more specifically, and I skipped the details, SMEs acquired the skills to remotely recruit personnel, and I'm afraid, for some reason, it doesn't go to the next slide.
Go back?
Go back? No?
I don't know.
Okay. No, thank you. Freelancers acquired the skill to advertise their expertise, and all those happened before COVID-19. So in a sense, we can say that this project was a visionary one. And I will go through my presentation through the multi-purpose centers, MPCs, that, to my opinion, is the most valuable outcome of this project. So the COVID-19 pandemic played a critical role. Everybody recognized the need of teleworking and teletraining. SMEs and freelancers discovered new potentials, and the training seminars we went through, carried out as webinars, attracted more people. We trained more than 100 SMEs and more than 200 freelancers, and we created business plans for more than 60 SMEs and career paths for more than 120. And you can see as humorous this photo there, it's not that we crushed COVID, but actually we didn't let COVID crush the LHC. That's the explanation of this photo. The multi-purpose centers, 3 were created in our premises in FOA and Patros, the Chamber of Achaia. And this is a photo before, yesterday photo for our multi-purpose center in the center of Corfu. So I go very fast to the capitalization outcomes, as I think are the most important. It's the multi-purpose centers there that they are created and they operate and they continue to operate, and hopefully in this post-COVID area. So the acceleration seen with respect to the use of digital tools that actually was propelled by COVID-19, it's an opportunity not to be missed, and there are many new and unforeseen applications that we could that have emerged and necessitate further digital convergence. So TLHA, in a sense, the outcomes are directly or indirectly in the core of the digitalization initiatives. And if we build further ideas, we can use the training methodologies that were developed and go for specialization in certain areas like tourism, or what we say digital and creative industries, and capitalize and let people, new people, hit the unemployment in the sense that if we train them in cultural industry activities and they adapt to this new emerging digital work, this is an example that we have actually rebuilt from the archives, the bombard during the Second World War, a non-existing building in our university. This is the old theater of the municipality of Corfu, and we can let our students go on. So, finishing my presentation, we should not forget that this is a maritime area that with ties forged since ancient times. So the sea used to be the medium connecting people and still become again. Pollution is a critical issue, and we can transfer good practices and policies, perhaps creating a sensor network for monitoring the pollution among our borders or our ports or the various salt areas, and handle the risks of pollution. Water management has already been said, that is important, but also tourist flows, and we can share this experience, and the NPCs that we have built can be a center for training and exchanging such technologies. And my last slide, one thought actually, how is the program area going to be in 20 years? So it's a tough question, but putting 20 years ahead, it has a benefit. The benefit is that we don't care about the next elections, and we can start a public conversation about that. And actually, what we did the day after tomorrow, we have a conference in Corfu. I am the organizer. That is called Corfu 2042. 22 scientists will come and give us their scientific advice about the various areas, and believe me, they are relevant to the objectives of the next program area. So thank you, and I apologize.
Thank you. Absolutely, I should be honest, because I was impressed from your project, because you wrote this project during the 2016, if I remember well, and started with the pandemic, was very actual. And so this is a clear evidence that with your project, but in general we can tell the territorial cooperation now has the capacity, the ability in order to overcome the skyline. To be honest, congrats, thank you. So, probably he started also a business with the Basque. I didn't know. Okay, anyway. So the next one is Chuck project, Mrs. Piscitelli, on behalf of the lead beneficiary.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Gianfranco, and thank you to all your team. I'm Cristina Piscitelli for Apulia Film Commission, and of course our project CHAC was on the audiovisual sector. Actually, CHAC stands for Common Initiatives to Acknowledge and Valorize the Tourism Potential of the Program Area through Cinema. Okay, here we go. Our main objective was to use cinema for giving visibility to the territories and their scenic beauty to promote tourism in Greece and Puglia. Actually, we obtained different results. As for example, we created 3 different film offices in the 3 regions involved in the project, so in Epirus, Ionan Island, and Western Greece. But our main result output was memory short movies. We want to strengthen the visibility and the recognizability of Puglia and of the Greek regions of Epirus, Ionan Island, and Western Greece. We involved 10 executive productions companies in the movie. We involved 10 under 35 directors coming from the region involved in the program, and 10 short movies at the end, we realized, with the common stories of Greece and Italy. The shooting was in Puglia, Epirus, Ionan Island, and of course Western Greece too. And here you have our results, so the memory short movies, and another output was the platform that was created by Apulia Film Commission, and you can still find online our project, is media.apuliafilmcommission.it. And then we are very proud because after a long competition with more than 150 projects from all over the Europe, CHAC project won the Social Media Award for Interreg Project Slam Competition 2020. and which was organized by Interact Program. And the video, of course, was realized with the shots from memory short movies. So thank you very much for your attention. We have, of course, the video. Thank you again.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you. Also, I should underline what you told now. The 3 Greek regions, how they have the film office inside. This is also a guarantee, this an evidence of the sustainability of the project. Of course, it's okay, and it's also for the creation of a solid network in this case. Perfect, thank you. So, the last, but not the least, we have also the Cross the Gap with the PB3, the Factory Association. It's relevant your presence here because it's also an evidence that with the territorial cooperation we can involve with a successful way the private no-profit. So because you are a representative of the private no-profit.
Yeah.
So, and this is important in order in our idea, in order to enlarge our number of the beneficiaries, in order to enlarge, and in order to watch also to the no-profit wars in general, the third sector in general.
Okay, thank you. I'm Fabio Tinella from Factory Transadriatic Company, and our project is Cross the Gap. Cross the Gap project accomplished many activities in 2019. To start, a conference was held on the best practices of art and disability in Italy. It highlighted the theater as the ideal setting for diversity because this magical space enables each person to express his or her personal potential and difficulties. It underlined that artistic workshop differ from another because the people who make up the groups are different and therefore need a specific approach. 5 theater shows of disabled artists were produced and aimed to trigger within our community a discussion on the non-conforming body and on how these bodies can innovate the languages and the theater codes of our time. 5 disabled artists were featured in the shows with 619 spectators. A training session was held on theater techniques and disability. It was directed by 5 nationally renowned pedagogical experts, with the participation of 16 people, including youth, student, theater, and social enterprise operators. Sorry. A scenography workshop was held for disabled and non-disabled people to create the scenography for the show Hubu Re. And then a theater workshop was held for Italian and Greek disabled and non-disabled people to create the Hubu Re play, which made its debut in Italy and in Greece. The workshops involved 16 people, 9 of whom were disabled, and about 400 spectators came to the shows. Our theater company had started working with a disabled artist in 2016, and the Cross the Gap project gave us the chance to develop and apply our knowledge to a working group of several disabled artists. This experience helped us to stress our conviction that each person has his or her specific potential, and that the work of thus conducting an artistic workshop should be able to perceive this potential and know how to relate them with the other in the group. This is a great opportunity. The success of these activities generated new developments and new best practices starting in 2020. The Ubure tour of 7 shows in Italy, the creation of the first permanent theater workshop in Lecce for disabled and non-disabled people, which promotes social inclusion and discovery of the possible talents of disabled people. The training of part of our artistic staff in conducting inclusive theater workshops. 2 theater workshops are starting for disabled and non-disabled children in the province of Lecce. The programming of shows and show festival with disabled artists, and that dealt with the issue of social inclusion. Our theater company is now a member of the Italian network of the Europe Beyond Access project. The 15 partners of this project question and discuss the issues of accessibility and inclusion in the performing arts and encourage greater participation and leadership for disabled artists and cultural operators. In 2022, with the Stopgap English Dance Company, we created an advanced training workshop on social inclusion in theater workshops. In addition, in 2020, we supported the launch of a no-profit association created by the family of disabled people that aim at being the first promoters of inclusive projects and offering disabled people more cultural and social opportunities in our region. Considering that in our region there were no theater company that offered activities also to the disabled people, we can affirm that the results obtained by the project have brought added value to the practice of our social enterprise and also to the cultural proposal of our region. The results achieved by the project have stimulated greater awareness of social inclusion in the programming of theatrical activities also promoted by other third sector bodies. At the end, we believe that the activities we carry out can be easily repeated in other contexts, as demonstrated by our follow-up. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now is the time for the conclusion. I also invite Mr. Rubino in order to come here. Before to give the floor to Mr. Rubino in order to recap all some information, you took some notice. I saw it. So I'm asking to George and Angeliki also in order to give a brief speech in order to also give some instruction how we can continue in this way in order to increase, because this is for sure, this is only the first step for the capitalization. It's not the final. I told also before when we started the work, but I would you like to have some instruction from you, George.
Thank you. Thank you, Gianfranco. This last session has been very rich, very interesting, with a great diversity of projects. And the topic is very interesting to make some conclusions or some thoughts about capitalization and Interreg projects. We know that Mediterranean regions are very attractive, very touristic, with a huge amount of cultural and environmental heritage. And there was a question said before, what will be the situation in 20 years? And when we think about what kind of project we are going to implement next year or in 2-3 years, maybe it's good to think about where we want to be in 20 years. And in the question around this question of tourism, heritage, culture, identity, we see the tourism and economy, so the development. We see the culture and identity and all the heritage. And then we see also the impact, then another dimension related to environment and also climate change. It has not been mentioned too much, but each project is asking a few questions on these three aspects of the development of culture and heritage and tourism in the region. So for the next projects, it might be interesting to see what have been the added value and the questions brought by each project, and to find some inspiring example for the future. Just one example, there have been some discussions about ports, small ports development, and behind you have the question between mass tourism and slow tourism, etc., etc. So it might be a good way to think about the future profile of or the profile of future projects.
Thank you, Georg. Gilki, would you like to add something?
I think that Mr. Mesquia was very detailed. I think. Oh, okay. Mr. Mesquia was very detailed. Just to sum up and to say that today's capitalization event was just the first step, as you said before. Our purpose was to connect the current program with the future program, to find the synergies between the projects into the common, let's say, objectives that we have identified, as we said at the beginning of the meeting. We have common objectives such as innovation, such as competitiveness, environment, risk prevention, cultural, tourism. So these are the fields that the beneficiaries can exchange opinions, can exchange experience, and at the end to share the results and create synergies for the future. So we hope that we made the first step, but there are a lot of steps in the future, and we will be here in order to help them with the help, of course, of Interact. Thank you.
So, Giuseppe, now it's the time in order to have some conclusion.
Some conclusions.
The floor is yours.
A good conclusion could be to capitalize or not to capitalize. That is the question. Because today we declined this idea of capitalization in many ways, from many points of view. And I'm very happy, very pleased to foresee that some projects are fully in their own way to reach important share of capitalization. I hope that the others forgive me, but I would like to quote civil well-being as an example of winning idea, which is already ready to be capitalized. It has also a market value, not only a cross-border value, for example. But the main issue, I think it is that mentioned by Ivano Magazu. I don't see him now at the beginning. We have to go outside the Interreg bubble, he said.
this imagine that I hear often in the recent times is wearing, that worries me a lot, but it is also dramatically true, I think. We are in a bubble, but why are we in a bubble? Maybe because cross-border cooperation and furthermore transnational interregional cooperation is too complex for most of our beneficiaries. I'm thinking about the municipalities, for example. They participate at our programs, but they need assistance, consultancy. They mainly depend on external experts. I think that we must enhance their own skills, their ability to move on alone, maybe with a new idea. Otherwise, will remain in a bubble. From the another point of view, the cross-border cooperation Interreg is maybe too poor from the financial point of view to be interesting for most of policy makers. It is unavoidable. We must understand them if in some occasion they neglect us. And if we think about the so-called mainstreaming authorities, our colleagues dealing with the operating regional programs, they often see it as like a waste of time because our dimension is too little, is too difficult to enlarge, to internalize in their important activities and goals. I'm trying to share this idea of bubble, which is an important bubble. We achieved important results. We are improving, but to go outside, we have still a long route to do together, I think. I must return to our colleagues from Interact, because Ivano said that you are ambassadors, our ambassadors in to promote our efforts, our policy to go outside the Interreg bubble. So, as national authorities, as regional authorities, now we are facing a difficult stage of our work, because from tomorrow onwards until January, we'll have a lot of launching events for many programs. Maybe we'll also have the first calls of many programs. So what can we do immediately to move with decision towards capitalization? Just 2 or 3 advice. I know it is difficult, but if you were us, what can we do in your opinion now in this phase of our programming cycle? I don't want to put you into difficulty also.
I can try to say a few words. I think Ivano would be more competent than me to answer. Yes, but there are some Yes, some points maybe to talk about. As I mentioned before, each program is functioning differently concerning capitalization. So it's an internal discussion concerning the importance you give to capitalization. Are the people convinced or not? And it's one activity also of Interact to raise awareness, to explain why it's important and what is the added value behind it. And then you have different levels of action that can be implemented for capitalization. So it's important not to be too ambitious. Capitalization is starting with communication. You communicate about the outputs. You share the outputs. If you want to go a bit further, you can try to involve actors that are not Interact actors. So you enlarge the community of people who will share the information about what you do. Or you can go a bit further with the creation of communities involving policymakers with more political ambition. So it's just to know what you would like to, what you can do with the program as it is now. What is the level of information of people? Do people just know about capitalization, what it is? And then see what can be implemented. And you mentioned it before with the question of budget also, which is important. There is a need of people and human resources for capitalization. And what we mentioned also with Gianfranco, we advise the program not to capitalize about everything on every field. This is not realistic. It's better to say you have your priorities now. So what is important, what are the most important, and where do we have already some experience? Is it on the culture? Is it on the economy? Is it on energy? And where you find that you have some consistent content, you say, we can try to capitalize on this topic. So you put a bit more resources, money, and methodology on a limited number of thematics. It can be a way to address it without being too ambitious and too risky.
May I? Of course, I fully agree what told George. But also, I would like to add one thing. In order to have an explosion of the bubble, in my opinion, there is only a way. The way is in order to enlarge the participant, the number of the beneficiaries of our program and the project. What I mean? I mean, frequently during some meetings, also with the managing authority, frequently I told, okay, the territorial cooperation is like a square, like an agora. But if you can check this agora, this is a very small agora, because there are a small number of participants. Because it's, the technicians, the difficulties are very high. I can understand in order to enlarge, by also the no profit, by also to find new eligible area and so on. I know very well, and I should recognize that the work that we should do as managing authority and joint secretariat in order to support the new beneficiaries will not easy. But this is the only way in order to enlarge the number of the participants in our project, for one hand, and for the other hand, also, we should work like told George, it's better we should work for the communication activities, but in our point of view, as managing authority, joint secretariat, what could be the communication activities? We should increase the activities of some seminars, conference in the new eligible area, in some area, in order to involve also some other no-profit, other public administration, also can be useful to open to have that we foresee in this program 2021-2027 with the small projects. in order to try to involve also the small municipalities, for example, or the small public administration. Can be easier to involve them with the lump sum and so on, and to use also this simplified cost. I should recognize the work that will wait for the managing authority, the joint secretariat. We will not be easy. It's a challenge, but as I always told, we are ready for the challenger, and we also will launch another challenger to our territories. Thank you.
Penso possiamo chiudere, no?
Okay, I strongly believe we can close. I didn't know if someone of you has just a question of the last minute. We are lucky. So, no question, we can close. Thank you to all of you. I would like to remember to all of you, tomorrow in the afternoon, we will have the Cooperation Day with a specific concert here in the Fiera del Levante by a specific project, Apollo Lens, and will be a younger band coming from Acquaviva dalle Fonti. I'm strongly invite you at 6 o'clock. The movie maker remember to me. Okay, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm strongly invite all of you to participate to this event because will be funny, easy, in order to have sometimes in order to stay all together in friendships. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, bye.
Bye to everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.